Greetings, my excellent friends. Moonrise towers await. There's a lady with a hell of a tan who's been carted off into the basement. Last time we met, I gave her a headache. But I think she'll forgive me. I don't actually know whether she's programmed to acknowledge getting knocked on her ass by us or not. But we'll find out, I suppose. We can go down or we can go up, I think. But the prisoners are all downstairs. So, our goals are to do what we can while not rendering the whole place hostile. Get our exploration in. We've got more than just Minthara. There's a sheer wealth of tieflings, as well as some gnomes, or at least one gnome, Wulbren, Barkus's friend. We caught a glimpse of in that alternate universe where we walked into the army and woke up in prison. That was fun. So we already a little bit know what the jail looks like, but we'll find out more now. There's been a hotfix on the 22nd. That was after I last played. Apparently there was some kiss animations between certain characters that like they played, but the two character models weren't positioned correctly, so they were effectively air kissing. There was something wrong with Lae'zel, I think. I saw a clip of it, and they were like, one of them was up here and the other one was down there, and they just were not... They were not in the same fucking postcode, let alone... They should keep that as like a 1% occurrence. Like if you roll a critical fail on makeouts, then the two of you just miss. Shoving foes into chasms may kill them. I guess if it's a flyer, it won't. Oof. Not been successful in that department, have you? Anyway, we just entered this center room. And we met Ketheric Thorm, who murdered a goblin with his hands and received both a javelin and an axe to his body. I note that there's no blood from where Ketheric was struck. But, like, he did bleed. He did bleed. He just, it didn't, affect him permanently. Can we sit on the throne? Probably. And we spoke to Karlach about, Flo.
Soldier?
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something?
What can I do for you, my friend?
We have zealots.
An honor, true soul.
You'll find traders in the entrance hall. Absolute draws coin as well as pilgrims, eh?
Oh, it was an axe twice. I thought it was like a javelin throwing spear thing.
What path lies before me?
Don't know if that message on Shadowheart's like talk list was meant to be there, because I don't know if I've learned that information yet.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Good luck, true soul. The disciple demands much of those who serve her.
Like, I don't remember this.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us.
Isn't that the woman
Did you
doing
want
the
something?
shield at fucking Last Light? Did we make this connection? I don't remember making this connection. I don't want to click on this unless it, in case it tells me more things that I. But I don't remember that. Maybe because we went to the mausoleum and read those books. Right. Isabel. That is the woman, right? At the Last Light. I thought the books from Ketheric were about a dead woman, not a living one. Or am I wrong and Isabel is not the name of the woman doing the thing at the Last Light? Maybe we could go talk to her about it, actually. Alright, well, I'll ask this, and if it starts throwing more spoilers at me, then I'll leave, but it's probably okay.
That almost is doing a great deal of heavy lifting. That man changes allegiances more frequently than a courtesan changes their bed sheets. At least he's proof you can turn from Shah and live to tell the tale. Though some may not call that living.
So he started off Salune, then he went to Shar, then he went to the Absolute. That is quite impressive as a resume goes. Zealot Niram.
In her name.
What in her name? If we come through here, we're back at the creepy blood lady. This area's twist tends to be spoiled by random conversation options. Well, we'll see how this goes. Doesn't bother me too much. I just like as I've always said, like me and spoilers have an interesting relationship. I do not care remotely for them. However, while I exist as a streamer, I guess I'm always considering the theoretical unspoiled viewer, and so I want to present something in a way that doesn't break the flow. In most cases, if I haven't played something before, I try not to learn things out of order either, but if I do, I just carry on.
From this seat, Ketheric defied gods and raised an army for the Absolute. It is not particularly comfortable.
I was gonna say, it looks like a terrible chair to actually put your ass in. Any...
Evil overlordship isn't your look.
No?
I'd love to, thanks.
Alright, well then let's get someone who suits it better to sit down there, yeah? God, he sits awkwardly on it, but I'm sure he could learn I think it's probably because of the liar. It's going up against the back of him.
Can't give up now.
But really, of all of us, who is the most likely one to start a doom cult?
What's up for discussion?
Don't try giving orders, true soul. Everyone here answers directly to Zarel.
Right. I just wanted to tell you that your hat was silly and it makes you look like you're hiding a bushel of Marge Simpson hair. I wasn't planning on ordering you around, though. Perhaps a suggestion of get a better hat wouldn't go astray.
No feuding under this roof, true soul. We're all one under the Absolute. More's the pity.
Oh, I wouldn't start a cult, darling. It's way easier to co-opt one. Though gnolls verge upon being brute beasts who cannot follow orders couched even the simplest terms, they can fulfill one important role in an army such as the one we are building. That of vanguard shock troops. Howling gnoll berserkers can be sent ahead in frontal assault to absorb defenders' spells and missile volleys, exhausting our enemy's ammunition before the arrival of the organized phalanxes of our less savage troops. Accordingly, Ragsland's Hobgoblin Rangers are hereby detached to the wilderness to track down gnoll war packs, capture each pack's Flind leader, and bring them back in good condition to Moonrise Towers for tadpoling. The Flinds can then be returned to their war packs, where we can count on the rank and file to follow the orders of their leaders, who will then be loyal to the Absolute. Yeah, that's actually quite true. We didn't notice it because I just killed the Flind, but like one thing I did learn about after the gnoll encounter in the wilderness is that that Flind is actually tadpoled, and if you let it live long enough, you get the opportunity to influence it. So, whoopsie. 6 such packs should meet our needs. See to it. Disciple Zrel, on behalf of General Ketherick. No, not read. Pick up. I like how every cat in the game is programmed to take 5-minute naps every 5 seconds. Orcs of the Trialta Hills. The recent dismemberment of Agent Moss, True Soul 26, by Lord Herad's guards at the Ringfork stronghold is a clear indication that our strategy for co-opting the orcs of Trialta Hills needs to be adjusted. Sending a herald to talk was regarded as evidence of weakness, so we must assume an attitude of dominance in our next attempt. The true soul among us, who best understands orcish customs, is undoubtedly Sir Yax of Scornabel. He shall be sent, backed up by a pair of ogres, to deliver a direct personal challenge to Lord Herad, using as an excuse the dismemberment of Moss. Yax is to defeat Herod, then force him to swear fealty to the Absolute, and in return we shall back Herod in the conquest and alliance of the other 2 Trialta tribes. Inform Sir Yax as soon as he returns from the Werewoods. Disciple Zrel, on behalf of General Ketherick. Why couldn't you get the book? It's right there. Taking the groves off the table. Dictator describe Yanthus by General Ketherick. Druids. Meddling and meddlesome. I have a history with them that makes me wary of underestimating them. They will certainly not welcome the rise of the Absolute in their vicinity, and could become significant obstacles if we don't find a way to take them out of play. I speak here for starters of the Emerald Grove and of the Cloakwood Circle. They cannot easily be defeated without a significant diversion of resources, but they can, perhaps, be neutralized from within. Druids, by their very nature, do not smile, Yanthus. By their very nature, value the balance of natural forces over the welfare of humanity in general. And in the extreme, this is expressed by the faction historically known as the Shadow Druids, who favor complete separation of the circles from what they regard as the ills of civilization. We shall identify the current leaders of the Shadow Druids, cultivate them with gifts while intimidating them with threats, and encourage them to see that the wisest and most prudent course is for the Druid circles to stand neutral as the army of the Absolute marches on the blighted cities of the civilized. Disciples Rel shall select an appropriate agent to parley with the Shadow Druid leaders. Eventually, all shall be infected with tadpoles. So he's quite aware of the tadpole thing, too. He's not, like... Presumably he has one, but, like, he's not... Most of the True Souls don't fully get what's happened to them, I think. Certainly Priestess Gut didn't. Invasion plans for Baldur's Gate. A map depicting Upper City, Lower City, Outer City, as far as Worm's Crossing, as well as Grey Harbor, and the near course of the Jantar. It's quite good that they've kept the layout. Because yes, that is what Baldur's Gate looks like. It's what it looked like in 1999, it's what it looks like now. At least not a 2D map. Did I talk to both of you?
You're not the first to brave the dark for the Absolute. The war camps are full to bursting.
We could go up. I think I will, but carefully.
I'd stick to your own provisions.
They've got gnolls working the kitchens, do they?
No feuding under this roof.
Yeah, we did talk to that one. Okay. I know that downstairs is a zone change, so if we can go without a zone change. Yeah, the gnolls in the kitchens don't seem particularly keen to do any more cooking. Let's see, we've got a zealot in there. Got Disciples Rel. There's suspicious sounds up here. What specifically do we need to talk to Zrel for? She asked. She wants us to do something for her. Okay. That is presumably a trespasser zone? That's interesting. There's roots down there we could try and go up.
Let's have a look.
Got a big library here. Marcus, I assume no explanation is needed for just how rare these appendages are, and I trust you shall make good use of them. You have a golden opportunity to please the General. Do not squander it. Access to the unwilling donor has proven difficult since the harvesting, but if I am afforded the opportunity, I shall pass along your gratitude. The term appendage does not make me feel comfortable. Beheading the bitter roots. The Grimforge region is an important choke point as it controls access to Moonrise via the Underdark, but Grimforge is occupied by the Duergar Bitterroot clan. Though not numerous, these Duergar are a band of tough combatants and could prove inconvenient obstacles should we need to move military assets quickly through the region. These Duergar must be neutralized. Accordingly, let a team of Orin's crack doppelganger assassins be assigned the task of killing King Guerdon, the monarch of the Bitterroot clan. After the assassination, the team is to gather Guerdon's head, and especially his crown, before ensuring that both are hurled into the fathomless depths. The Bitterroots, unable to crown a new king, will fracture into quarreling subclans, the leaders of which can one by one be tadpoled. Marcus's wings. That would make sense. Hello, Zealot Pennell.
Seen the view out west from the terrace? All those beasts camped under one banner. That's the Absolute's power. The General's power. We are blessed, true soul, to stand so close to General Thorm.
Not if we, disappoint him.
Hey, Trousseau. What's the word? Armies gathered outside. The General giving us marching orders.
Why, soldier, do you have somewhere else to be?
Just keen to get back to the gate is all. I was born there. I want to be the first to put it to the torch.
Bone to pick, have you?
Hope we get moving soon. Got no...
Yeah. Curious. Jesus, is that creepy lady talking about getting Ketheric's blood? That's he's the chosen, right? Oh. What the fuck was that? Why did the UI change for a second?
A lifeless eye.
What the hell was that? Anyway, the suspicious sounds are the other side of that red door. I do need the air conditioner. I constantly go back and forth, but it just gets unpleasant in here. We could lockpick this because no one's here. Well. No one was.
Well, hello. Ready or not, let's go.
No one back home will
Yeah,
ever
but
believe
opening
this.
the door should be fine. Okay, let's shut that door then. Oh, he saw me do it. Hey there, I just shut a door, it's fine.
Bad behavior caught this guard's eye. What do you have to say?
Follow to prison. No, I can just reload. I don't... That's... touching... Okay, I'd get it if I was opening the door, but I was closing the door. I was, you know, fixing the problem. Fucking scrying eye. I'm still gonna lockpick it while we're here. But we'll leave it closed and explore it later. I just want it open. Nothing's leaving.
Keep a blade close. Simple.
Looking ahead. Should mind my step. I should speak up.
Necrobite.
Wide, gaping sockets that see nothing. still they seem to watch you.
Creepy.
Think you hear a whisper, but perhaps it was just wind drafting through a dull and empty thing.
General Thorm's prayers and preparations must not be disturbed. The rooftop is off limits to everyone.
Even you, Disciples Row?
Everyone. Keep watch and ensure that nobody passes. Excellent timing, true soul. The goblins. Tell me how they suffered. No. Better yet, show me.
Her mind enters yours abruptly,
Oh, God.
flickering across your memories in a blaze of excitement. She sees the goblins walking free, and a burning rage fans across your mind like wildfire.
Explain yourself.
They won't get far. Let the curse take them. Also, you told me I could.
Very pragmatic, but very boring. Let's see if there's anything interesting in this brain of yours.
She parts the folds of your mind again, touching your wants and hopes, tasting them. Every emotion soaks into her mind's palate. But there is purpose to her exploration. She is searching for proof of your faith.
Overwhelm her by unleashing a wave of hatred as you prepare to attack. Distract her with thoughts of your aching for Karlach. Yes. Really do have quite a lot of bonus in that goddamn thing.
She is formidable. But how many days of passion will you get out of her? How many nights? The Absolute will give you something that can last. With the Absolute, your fantasies can become more real than flesh. The pleasures of the mind can surpass those of the body. I have already been blessed to stand in her presence. It was bliss. She gave me everything I wanted.
Everything? What exactly do you want?
To take without asking, to feel without doubting, and to kill without consequence. In a word, freedom.
That's a little abstract.
Why not? What's the point in power if you don't get to have a little fun every now and again? She gave me the power to cut the thread of life with a thought.
Oh, sorry.
But I can caress as well as cut. That's why you should stay on my good side.
Feel like
And
I
the best way to
made
do
that happen. Oops.
Is to serve General Thorm. I have a mission for you.
That's it. Play along. The closer you can get to the General, the closer you'll be to the answers you seek.
Is it true that he's invulnerable?
Indeed. The Absolute's love for him has made him more than mortal. He is unstoppable.
What do I need to do?
There is a relic that General Thorm requires.
Oh.
He sent his most trusted advisor, disciple Balthazar, to retrieve it. The relic is beneath the Thorm family mausoleum. That is where you will find Balthazar.
Funny story on that.
But we have lost contact with him. Go there. Aid Balthazar if you can. And bring the relic home.
Didn't realize that armor was a Are you referring to this? Yeah. Yeah, it's it looks like something that that his vampire daddy would dress him up in. Is all I can say. Just means we don't have to murder that orge when we start presumably killing here. Yeah, well, who wants to murder an orge? What happens if Balthazar is dead?
Death would not silence Balthazar for long.
Oh god, he's one of them.
But dead or alive, he is lost. Whatever has become of him, it is the relic that matters.
Sounds like it would be convenient to you if Balthazar was not in the picture. What exactly is this thing I'm looking for? Well, that he was looking for?
It is something that General Thorm desires, and that he has ordered us to retrieve. That is all you need to know.
Okay, so yeah, I understand that idea, right? I understand that idea of let's not give information out to the grunts. I get it. However, if you would like me to look for it, I kind of need to know what it is. I don't need to know what it does. I don't need to know anything really about its inner workings, but I do need to know a visual. And I suppose if Balthazar is unavailable for comment when I arrive, I'm to do what exactly? What do you mean by losing contact?
And I accompanied him. It was destroyed shortly after he left Moonrise. Hardly a surprise. We're protected here, but outside the shadows are hungry.
Oh, they don't bother me. I've got a fairy bell.
The shadows around the mausoleum are deep and hungry. You'll need a moon lantern to survive them. Take one from Balthazar's chambers. But don't pry. The last person who snooped into his secrets lost their head. I believe he uses it as a chamber pot.
Balthazar didn't quite understand the meaning of the term moon lantern. We just got a lot of inspiration for Astarion. Lied Israel about the goblin's fate. He didn't really lie. Instigates Rel into showing off her gifts from the Absolute. Glurik. Dead. Since you failed the insight, what happens if you pass is that Zrel actually doesn't know either, but she's impressed. Right, but she doesn't want to look like she doesn't know things. Zrel's personal reminder. The ogre has a post-it note. Okay. Balthazar has sent neither word nor notice. Wherever he's gone is a mystery. Need someone to investigate his chambers, but no doubt he's rigged the thing to high hells. Perhaps hobgoblins. Yeah, because they're really good at dodging traps. And we still have... there's a scripture here, glory to the Absolute. Now we come in reverence before the Absolute and her true souls, rejoicing in the three glories of belonging, and reveling in the requital for deeds duly done in the Absolute's name. Glory the first is our purpose, filling us with determination to bring to all mortals the joy of reverence of the Absolute. Glory the second is our obedience, the bliss of knowing that we exalt ourselves when we surrender our wills to the Absolute's demands. Glory the third is our dominion, for obedience to the Absolute places us above other mortals, and it is righteous to command them. And when, through our obedience, we have achieved dominion, the Absolute grants us permission for requital, revelry without restraint, to express our joy and pride in the Absolute's service. Oh, necromancer trap finding. Radija.
It is not your time yet, Blessed One. The rooftop chapel is reserved for the General's private contemplation, save for those he chooses to ascend.
This must be the place. We have to get inside.
The General's private rooftop church, huh? You can't fool me, that's a battle arena. I've heard that those lucky few come back changed.
You are already changed, true soul. Hearing her voice is what brought you here. But above, you will stand in her very presence. Such an honor requires more.
Her words are diplomatic, but her face betrays her true feelings. Utter contempt for you and all your kind.
Disciples Rel has given you a chance to earn that honor.
What's with the skeletons? Does the Absolute dabble in necromancy now?
Her design does not end at the grave, Blessed One. You will serve, whether you ascend or fall, and I find use for even the fallen. I hope that is some comfort to you. I have my duties, true soul. I'm sure Disciples Rel has given you yours.
No more questions. That must be the all-important door. I'm sure that ogre will be getting reanimated in due course. Right. Still not allowed in there. Said go to Balthazar's chambers. Yeah, we're allowed in here now. Okay. You know, I thought that the blood-covered area might be... Oh, Zrel's in here now, too.
The tower doesn't stink like an overstuffed cemetery. Which means Balthazar hasn't returned. So why are you here, instead of out there looking for him?
Because it has been 3 minutes.
Oh, good. I love answering questions.
I've already asked these.
Here goes nothing.
Because I've played 7 Yakuza games, Cornbush. There's a Gith disc.
This gift slate looks like the other. Another.
Huh? What is it trying to do? It's not letting me, it's trying to start a conversation, but nothing's happening. I just want to read the blue thing that normally pops up. Why don't I have the translation disc on me? Where did it go?
Minthara is imprisoned here. She could probably be saved. If he didn't have a conscience.
Here's the Moonrise Tower camp. Right, this one. This one? Yes. No, that's still not working.
Greetings.
She can, but I'm just trying to figure out why it's broken. But anyway, here we have a disc.
Once again, your mind opens to Lae'zel, and she considers the disc.
More writings on Orpheus, the so-called Prince of the Comet.
Go on.
The Prince of the Comet, Part 3. The histories tell us that Commander Voss, Jastil Kithrak, pierced Prince Orpheus clean through with his sword of silver, that his flesh was torn and fed to the great red dragon Ephelaman. Vlaakith's faithful roar out this tale, but beneath the roars, we hear whispers carrying truth and prophecy. The Prince of the Comet is not dead. The Prince of the Comet will come again. The Prince of the Comet will liberate us from Vlaakith's tyranny. Praise be to Mother Gith, Queen of the One Sky. Praise be to your son, Orpheus, the true heir, Prince of the Comet. This is more than a fable. It's an affront to the undying Queen Vlaakith. Gith's son died to Voss's blade. Orpheus is no more.
Could he be alive?
It is not just improbable. It is impossible.
Oh, yeah?
Kithrak Voss and his red dragon slayed the fell prince.
Were you there?
You could no more resurrect him than you could glue together the pile of ashes he became. My Vash taught that the silver bells of Vlaakith's court still ring out before every hunt in celebration of the prince's defeat. As a child, I longed to hear them for myself, and sing in praises to the deathless queen and her Githraki.
What about the Great Red Dragon?
Tiamat's emissary. It was he who carried word that Mother Gith had negotiated the gift of the dragons, and that Vlaakith the First would preside as Queen of the Githyanki. Ephelaman remains the Queen's consort to this day, as endless as the empire he now serves.
Consort, huh?
Anything more?
So can we read it now? Orpheus, Prince of the Comet, Part 3, Resurrection. There we go. I better keep this one in my inventory then if it bugs out the rest. Oh, you will.
In my years as the Blade, I've witnessed countless cruelties, faced unimaginable evil. But Thorn, he is made of pure hate. The Sword Coast will rejoice when the bastard's fallen. My father is somewhere in this tower. I won't leave him in Thorn's hands. And lest we forget, we've a devil to rescue. 2 missions, 1 destination.
Any idea where we'll find Duke Ravengard now that we've reached Moonrise? Yeah, there's probably like I don't want to bring him for like the whole prison adventure, but if there's a suitable moment to pull him out, I will.
Not in a mere prison cell, certainly. My guess, Thorn will have confined him in the bowels of the tower.
Oh, good. Bowels.
The deeper we dig, the closer we get.
So I'll bring you into the party when it's time for the bowels, then. You can be our shit man.
Greetings.
Nothing about Thorm? Good lord. You don't bat an eyelid at immortalities and atrocities.
Oakfather preserve you.
God. Why is every fucking mundane line with Halsin just oozing with... I need you by my side. Fuck off!
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Gale, why did you of all people park your tent up next to the traveler's chest that's full of anti-magic field flowers? This feels just like poor planning. Ain't no way he can cast. Oh, he just can. We're getting closer to Thorm. How do you feel?
Kethric's soul still nourishes the shadows.
Still feeling pretty murdery. Good to know. The less anything Gale can do unsupervised. This is a man that just needs a minder in general. Heart! Sadly, we can't use it for food. Clasped book. This is a log on the work of one of Balthazar's necromancers, Cressa Bone Daughter, dated 210 days ago. We could just say 20 days ago. We know how to count. After the state the Fallen One was in, I never expected Cressa would be able to save it. I was hoping the usurped thing would die. That's what it would have wanted. It's not as if Cressa studying it is going to prove much. It was damaged in the attack far beyond what the mere tadpole could do. But she seems fond of the foul creature. Let her play with it. Another entry seems to be written into this log, dated a 10-day later. I should not have, in hindsight, let Cressa keep her pet. Ever since it was shipped onto one of the Nautiloids to be deployed, she has been inconsolable. It won't survive out there. It needs me. It isn't like the others. The feral thing would make a fine warrior for the Absolute, and now my best assistant is distracted thinking about it. She will come to heel again soon enough. What is that about?
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Attention, acolytes! A reminder, acolytes are permitted entry to my chambers for the sole purpose of collecting moon lanterns. My library is not to be tampered with. While the Absolute appreciates your eagerness to learn, my bookshelves do not. Any requests to borrow from them must be given to me in advance and are like to be refused. Should you desire information on poisons, do not think to read any tome on the subject here. They are inclined to grant more knowledge than the written word could provide. Remember, the Absolute's purpose is better served by a beating heart than a poisoned mind. Though if you choose death, I will ensure you serve her still.
Careful, I might. Easy.
All right. What now?
Derivation Cloak. When you poison a foe, heal yourself. Wait, there are puzzle hints? I wasn't paying attention. There's also a surgery kit. And a dead man. What is happening up? Right, those are downstairs. There's no one here staring at me. I should be able to loot the dead man. Take his money. It's also got torch, candle, and a heart. Why are there so many hearts? Owner of a severed heart.
That might be worth a look.
Not straight away. I'm looking for Balthazar's personal notes 1. Because I see 2 and I see 3, but I do not see 1. And I'd love to read them. It's something resembling order. Does anybody know where Balthazar's personal notes 1 are? Because we've read books around here, but nothing labeled that. Could his apprentice perhaps have them? Nope. What is with all these hearts? Sadly not in this location. Bugger, nuts, wank, balls. Alright, we'll have to read 2 and 3 then. So who's in this one? Dolly 5 times? I don't seem to be able to find out. Curious. Only one lantern has a freeable fairy. Damn. Is it always Carnus's one, or is it whichever one you find first? Goblin troops, the crude and a bit dim, are valuable because they are adaptable and can be fitted into a number of different military roles, excelling as archery skirmishers and warg cavalry scouts. If rigorously drilled, some can function as disciplined phalanxes armed with half-pikes, and even the ones who can't be trained to march in step can serve as prime catapult fodder. The key to recruiting a tribe of goblins is their profound respect for their priests, who lead the tribe members in worship of all-conquering Maglubiet. Therefore, let the high priests of the 7 tribes of the southwest Sword Coast be invited to a grand council. A feast where they will be well fed, well flattered, and well lubricated with jugs of plonk laced with a mild paralytic. The priests will awaken with new guests in their crania and be led into docile devotion to a new and greater god than Maglubiet, the Absolute. And trust me, where the priests go, their warriors will follow. Advisor Balthazar. If you follow him to Moonrise without taking the lantern from him, Dolly dies. Well then the lantern presumably becomes useless. But like, that's the thing, logically there should be a living creature in this one if there's a living creature in the other, so it's awkward that we don't even have any thought paid to it.
Here we go.
I thought that was a readable book, but no. Is anybody in that urn? Yes. A skull and a bone, though. Why would you have, like, solids in an urn? Alright, Balthazar's notes 2. Note, install a drain beneath the library's conventional medicine shelf. It's wasteful to let all that blood seep through the flagstones, and it will rust the spikes besides. A line slashes through the above, the same hand in fresh ink below. Disregard! The smell gives me sweet dreams. We have alchemy stuff in there. Requests from the next caravan. Any works by Morden Kanan must catch up on current events. No Volo! Better a century of ignorance. Hinvellum. Holds ink like no other. Could harvest from an acolyte? New copy of Swift and Sudden Death for library. Current volume badly scorched. We have a lever. Lets us through out here. But first, let's look at that scary bookshelf. Lever of let's not have you pick the DC 30 lock. Bookshelf labelled musty tomes, bookshelf labelled poisons and venoms. Bookshelf labelled conventional medicine, galvanic interrogations. Someone just took 0 damage, I don't know what that was. See what happens if we look at the poisons and venoms. The door's locked again. Well, poison doesn't really hurt you very much. Sorry, what do you mean you failed to save against a gargoyle head? Have to do better than that, Balthazar. Musty tomes. Conventional medicine? Galvanic interrogations. Oh right, they have their stupid extra thing.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
Yeah, but we're doing all of them because we want to see what they do. We're not really doing them to keep. If that makes sense. Like, I'm gonna reload as opposed to taking all of this damage. So... the thing that remains... is a swift and sudden death.
Trust me.
No, you really shouldn't. Click on that book, by the way. A scorched book. Its pages singed and tattered. Though its contents have been rendered illegible by some unknown phenomenon, it is still possible to make out the dedication. To those who doubted me. May the storm claim your final breaths and the earth reject your rest. Oh, he didn't die. Yeah, I'm gonna reload a quick save because I don't need to fucking do all of these traps. But yeah, the one that actually works is Musty Tomes. The thing is, what am I fucking inserting? I don't know. Spend more time focusing on voice line than I am on anything else. Is it the Moon Lantern? No. Well, it's given us a whole lot of these.
Have to keep going.
So maybe...
Still breathing, despite everything.
Balthazar, you're fucked up.
Keep your distance, darling. Oh, for a skeleton king.
Than a poisoned mind.
At least things have stayed
Better served
interesting.
by a beating heart than a poisoned mind. Cold brim hat. Once per turn, any in condition inflicted on a target also applies 2 turns of encrusted with frost. And if you do it to somebody 4 times, you can freeze them, but that doesn't seem that great.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Research notes. I have redirected some materials.
The necromancer was experimenting on the tadpoles.
Thanks. I have redirected some
But
material.
they were already imbued with Netherese magic. So where did that magic come from?
I have redirected some materials from beneath the tower. I plan to simply raise what forces I need inside the mausoleum itself, but the general prefers that no more of his family crypts be disturbed. And so I may have no choice. The temple will not surrender the night song easily. Yeah, the relic's the night song. I'm pretty sure somebody somewhere referred to night song with her, with the pronoun her? Well, refer to the relic with the pronoun her? Thisibald. Anyway. The temple will not surrender the night song easily, and the general's invulnerability depends on it. I am sure he will forgive a little transgression if it frees the army to move on Baldur's Gate at last.
This night song sounds like the source of Kethric's immortality.
Curious. You must complete the Gauntlet of Shar. I've discovered all 3 of the Orpheus books.
Protected.
What do you think about this?
May the darkness protect you. Fine. What's on your mind?
How are you holding up? Don't be so modest.
Nothing to say.
Hey, you.
What can I do for you, my friend?
That is sickeningly sweet, coming from doesn't like anybody, anybody who's nice guy. We are 1 point away from like going up another level too. Like we're medium 39. We just need to do one thing that makes Astarion vaguely happy before we do something that disappoints him. You get something if you swap Gale in here. Good. Might be too late though, because I've already looked at everything. Well, I've already looked at research notes. Oh, it changes on 41, does it? That's boring. Where is Gale? Right, he's at the flower. You can click him from all the way over here. That's nice.
How can I help?
The night song sounded useful. Could it save you from the orb's detonation?
Alas, no. The charm Elminster granted me requires my death as the spark that will light the orb's fuse. Making myself invulnerable, immortal, or in any other fashion unkillable would render it useless. And gods only know what it might do to the orb itself.
Right, but...
Still, I see no harm in learning what we can about this night song. And if we manage to find it, the harm will be all Kethric's. So, well worth indulging our curiosity.
That is presumably enough, and we don't need to bring him with us. Goblet with dead tadpoles.
A goblet filled with the mutilated corpses of illithid parasites. Whatever ungodly experiments were performed on them likely killed them.
And how are you supposed to know Gale has something to do here? No. Why is there a bear head in our
Go
camp?
ahead. I'm listening.
I'd be delighted. Though, someone else will need to watch the cook pot, of course. Wonderful.
Right. Why did I just hear a squeak? Well.
You seem to know a good deal about our condition, Gale.
Everything, really. Not to put too fine a point on it.
A humble specimen, aren't you?
On occasion. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Nothing there.
A goblet filled with the mutilated corpses of illithid parasites. Whatever ungodly experiments were performed on them likely killed them.
No rest for the wicked.
Oh, click on him while we poke things. Sure.
A goblet filled with the mutilated corpses of illithid parasites.
Presumably ritual circle.
Whatever.
I'll look at it first, then I'll let him look at it.
Whatever ungodly experiments were performed on them likely killed them. Carved into the bench's rotted surface are strange, half-faded sigils. A magic circle of some kind, thick with darkness and decay.
A ritual circle. And a complex one at that. I've seen such a construction before in the writings of the Weave Pasha Raven, though his vision was not so tainted.
What does it do?
The sigils are written in a curious mix of tongues. Ancient Kalashite, Netherese, something else I can't quite make out. If I'm reading it correctly, it was used in the creation of moon lanterns. It's been mostly drained, but even now contains a powerful dose of shadow weave. The discarded pixie corpses might still contain enough essence. With one of the broken lantern casements... Yes, I think I'll be able to craft one more lantern. And with a slight modification of the casting gesture, it might be able to wield the shadows instead of repelling them. Though, Mistra's eyes may be upon me. She'd forbid me dabbling with such magic. She'd want it destroyed. Wasted, arguably.
Forget what Mistra wants. Think about yourself and what Lady Shah's power could do for you, Gale. Make the lantern. Spread her will.
Sorry, Shadowheart, are you god bothering me? Here? In the seat of the Absolute? Mistra's not here. It's your choice, Gale. Yeah, I like that. It's your choice, Gale.
Very well. Stand back, if you please.
Gale has
It
chosen
doesn't take
poorly!
much. The sigils fade, the circle's tainted magic dissolving harmlessly into the ether.
Bad for a wizard who slept through his Kalashite lessons, eh?
Now, is Kalashite, is that like a civilization, or is that a derogative term for the bullshit often espoused by people from California? Anyway, he's lit up, and why is his head glowing? Mistra's benevolence. Gale has advantage to concentration checks. Now, why would he get a Mistra blessing after defying her?
Did you feel that? I wasn't surrounded on all sides by the darkness of the Shadow Curse lands. I'd think it was Mistra herself brushing against my skin.
So he broke it, did he? I just assumed he was doing the dumb thing. I mean, forgive me, but I don't have a lot of faith in the man. His entire fucking track record is silly choice, silly choice, silly choice, silly choice. Mr. can't enter the shadow-cursed lands.
The curse that afflicts the land appears to be a manifestation of an incredible amount of dark magic. The sword manifested through the Shadow Weave and is an altogether different form of magic, drawn from the negative spaces left in the Weave's wake. It's Shah's domain, not Mistress. I'm surprised she would risk making contact here, however briefly. She's left some tiny part of herself to watch over me, I think. A boon to help us reach the heart of the Absolute in one piece.
Yeah. Great, she's protecting you so that you can die for her. Unless this boon of hers saves you from detonating the orb, I don't know that I'd be that thrilled.
True enough. And somehow I doubt that's an order Mistra will be willing to rescind, no matter how many times I impress her. The stakes are simply too high. Strange, though, that she would reward me for such a service now. She's hardly been forthcoming on that front since my banishment. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. A blessing's a blessing, and this one should come in most useful.
Yeah, on the bench.
You have my attention. Let's take a gander.
But here, you can have a hat.
Is that blood? No. Never mind.
What's on your mind?
It's even color appropriate for him. My god, he looks like he's he looks like he walked away with the conversation with Elminster with like fashion inspo. Anyway, let's go get Astarion back. Ah, you're back. Did you regret passing me over for that silly little Gale, what the hell is on your head?
Glad to have an ally.
What can I do for you, my friend? I would, but you have so many friends already.
Gale could do with the rest.
Excellent.
He needs to go polish his hat. Why do you two sound like you're part of a cult? Just get Neil in to do a line of dialogue for every piece of equipable armor in the game, as well as every single companion. Right, we've read the research notes. Don't know why he's got the portrait of a trade master here. We've looked at the Goblet of Dead Tadpoles. I don't think we need the Broken Moonlanders. They might be orange, but like we've got several of them before. Are the dead pixies worth anything? Nope, but they're certainly having a bad day. Have they been fucking blood-eagled? What the hell is going on with their backs? Good lord. And that's it. There's nothing else in here. Let's, can't use the dead tadpoles like we can the living ones. Can make a nice stew, but I don't know that it would be healthy. We can come out here and then possibly sneak in here. I do not know if it's safe or not. This middle room here isn't safe because there's a zealot walking through it at like all times. It also seems pretty empty of anything of note, but perhaps we could sneak around it into these other rooms by using this balcony. Or we can jump to there. This looks like Ketheric's. Is that the other side of the ornate door? No, the ornate door is there. We didn't get here. Hitman your way through this place. Well, we have been practicing. It's a bit high, though. Don't know how we would get the non-Carlax up there without potion assistance, but we do have the potions if we want to make that investment. First,
how delicious.
Let's go with what's in front of us. Ooh. Let's take the bardic inspiration. Just! Though actually the other roll was only one less, so it would have also made it.
No one stopped me yet.
Don't stop me yet. Outlander never liked stairs. Da, 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 da. Where is that one? Enter a restricted area of Moonrise from the outside. Hello from the outside. Fuck me, this is Ketheric's bedroom, and there's a warhound here. I feel like entering this place will commence hostilities. So I'm going to quick save to find out, but I don't think I really want to go skulking until I've done other stuff, you know?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
At least skulking beyond what's safe to skulk.
Stand, soldier. These are the General's private quarters. Wait. Something in your scent is familiar.
Aww. What happens if we show her Scratch's ball?
Do you take me for a teething pup? Get that out of my face. Though whichever whelp owns that thing smells happy. Safe. I've not scented such a thing since I was flesh. Since my master brought me back, this place smells wrong. His family is gone, replaced by bootlickers and beasts. You are neither. So tell me true. What is your purpose here?
He's not an attack dog. She's Ketheric's pet dog from when he had a family. Resurrected and kept safe. Should be all he has. Serve Ketheric as loyally as you do.
Good. Death itself cannot release you from that duty. Now be about your business, whatever it is.
What was the memory my scent triggered in you?
Not your scent. Selûnite magic on your skin. The General once smelled that way, when his daughter still lived. I died the same night she did, my master says, trying to protect her. I do not remember. But he brought me back. I will not fail him again.
I do want to go speak to Isabel. Because if Ketheric's daughter's dead... I'm not sure what's going on with that. Anyway, we're allowed in here now, because the dog is, I guess, fooled. Absolute outfit. Adorned with a tripartite symbol of the Absolute, this ensemble of black and green presents the wearer as either a mocker or a devotee of the cult, or someone who likes the cut and colour, or someone who is cold. Can't really take those to camp easily, so I'm going to leave the food.
Yes, soldier.
Would it be alright if I gave you a scratch?
You'd be the first of the General's soldiers brave enough to try. All right, that's enough.
Someone there. Something over there. Let's crack it open.
Okay, it's a little weird that we can now rob the place and the dog doesn't care, but that was cool.
Not as bad as it could have.
Cloak of Elemental Absorption. Absorbs elemental damage once per short rest. Take half damage from the next elemental attack targeting you and deal an additional 1d6 of that type on your next attack. There's also a letter to Ketheric. Does anybody not have a cloak? Everybody has a cloak.
Never a dull moment.
Weighs half a pound, I'll still take it. Elder Brain Domination. Does anybody have a cloak that isn't very good? Well, mine gives me armor class, so I would say mine's worth it.
Soldier.
Carlax gives her damage when she gets meleeed, but she's constantly throwing. Did I give this to her or not? Where'd it go? There it is.
I've got a long road ahead.
Yeah, it's been a long road getting from there to here. My darling husband, I know my time is drawing near. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave our little girl. But I'm not writing to lament our lot. It's ours, and no others. Though the city of judgment is dark, I know Our Lady's light will find me even there. I will see her shining spires and walk the silver gardens we've both dreamt of. I will go to my reward, and leave quite a task to you yet, my heart. Selune's light shines bright in our little one, but she will need a guide to keep her on her path. I have no doubt that she will keep you on yours. It is the same path, Our Lady's path, and one day I know it will bring you both back to me. Only not too soon, I hope. I won't say goodbye. There is no loss, only temporary separation. How I love you. Forever. Melodia.
A letter from Ketheric's wife. Sounds like she will. Very much.
You sure said that quietly, but alright. Confidential. Dictated to Scribe Yanthus by General Ketheric. Young Gortash has planned to enslave an illithid Elder Brain and make it our marionette under control of the Crown of Karsus has proceeded almost without flaw, barring the slight delay while our Baalist allies sorted out their leadership conflict. That probably isn't a throwaway line. The weak point must surely be the sharing of the Netherstones. It was necessary to secure my engagement and that of the murder cult, but eventually it's certain to fracture our fragile alliance. Clearly, all 3 Netherstones must be controlled by a single leader, me, by preference, but not until after all the stakeholders have made their essential contribution. Gortash fears that, energized by the dark energies of the Crown, the brain we now call the Absolute will eventually metamorphose into something new and more... So the Absolute is just a fucking elder brain, yeah? Not a normal one, but... yeah, this is entirely just illithid bullshit. Will eventually metamorphose into something new and more difficult to control. If he's right, the need to invest the power of the Netherstones in a single wielder is urgent. Even more so in that Enver Gortash, at least, must be thinking the same way. So Enver Gortash. In Baldur's Gate. I forget what they said his position was, but he's the one who betrayed Karlach. I know that, so we're gonna make it very dead. Planned to enslave an illithid elder brain and make it their puppet. Under control of the Crown of Karsus. I've heard that term before. Some kind of relic. They have Baalist allies, and those Baalist allies sorted out a leadership conflict, which is... we'll see if they're doing any better 100 or so years in the future. Not sure what they're going to say in terms of, like, overall canon as to how the whole Baalspawn thing shook out, but... probably isn't a Melisande. Sharing of the Netherstones was necessary to secure both my engagement and that of the murder cult is Baal. Certainly, eventually it's certain to fracture the alliance. So there's so Ketheric is one branch. Gortash seems to be the center of it, and then there's a Baal sector who we haven't encountered yet. Probably going to be rife with old-timey references too. All 3 Netherstones must be controlled by a single leader. Right, so Ketheric has one, Gortash has one, someone from Baal has one. Not until all the stakeholders have made their essential contribution. Energized by the dark energies of the Crown, the brain, that we now call the Absolute, will move out of their control. So Ketheric doesn't serve the Absolute. Ketheric is one of a triumvirate who control and run the Absolute is basically a figurehead. Kind of. But it is an elder brain. And if they lose control of it, they're in shit. Karsus is the Netherese guy who broke magic. That's it. And so these 3 leaders, Gortash, Ketheric, and whoever the Baal representative is, please for the love of God. I don't know who the Baal representative is. It fundamentally cannot be... like, because the thing is, Baldur's Gate 2, if you play it good, if you're a good guy, and they probably canon good guy, all of the Baalspawn are dead, because you killed them all. And it's not going to be you, because you're a fucking... custom character. Anyway. Even more so in the Enver Gortash things. So there's 3 people, they've each got a nether stone, which seem to be how they're controlling this thing. And they all, or at least 2 out of 3 of them, think that one person should have all 3, but no doubt none of them want someone else to be the person with all 3. Yeah, that's a bit. And that was in the floorboards, so if you miss that, you just don't get to learn this shit until later. That's cool. That's, like, that's a very, good way for a video game to like use its plot details, a game like this, is to literally just give you a number of jumping on points in which you can learn stuff and just pepper it, and some people find things earlier, some people find it later, and the story isn't super affected by how much the character knows. Do I know the canon ending? I would assume it's the default good guy ending where, you know... Well, my question is this, right? Where the fuck does Saravok end up? Because Saravok, and I'm going to spoil Baldur's Gates 1, 2, and the Throne of Baal here, so I don't know if anyone cares about that. Saravok is the antagonist of Baldur's Gate 1. He is the Baalspawn that is, like, the most ruthless and the most proactive in... Because, like, the whole Baalspawn crisis is that it's a big game where a whole bunch of people that are, like, the children of this god of murder, that essence is starting to activate in them, and they are being drawn to conflict with each other, wipe each other out, so that one rules and inherits Baal's power. And I'm pretty sure that's probably Baal trying to assert control over them and become them and shit, but, like, still... They think they're doing it for their own self. Saravok is the one who takes charge in terms of, like, he starts killing other Baalspawn, and you don't know anything about what's going on at first. It's not until late game that, like, it's like the Knights of the Old Republic 1 twist. You know you're a Baalspawn in, like, the later stages of the game, and that's why Saravok wants you dead. But you kill him. Whether you're a good boy or a bad boy, you kill him, because he insists upon that. And then Baldur's Gate 2 happens, and the villain is someone else, Irenicus, who's not related to the Baalspawn stuff at all. He wants a different thing, but he needs your essence and your energy. And then you get Throne of Baal, the expansion, which wraps up the Baalspawn stuff by bringing the focus back onto a conglomerate of even scarier Baalspawn that are now trying to finish that out. But by the end of the game, you kill all of them, because you kind of have to. But Saravok, in Throne of Baal, you can bring him back, and he becomes a companion. It's weird. And if you're a good boy, you can, like, talk to him and like, redeem him, or convince him to not be an asshole. So he is, like, your 11th hour surprise companion in the expansion, if you want him, and you don't need to make space for him. You don't need to bring him back, I don't think. It's just an option you can take. But I'm pretty sure the game can end with Saravok alive and well, and possibly convinced to be a do-gooder. But I don't know if this game's going to pick up on that thread or not. Because it is a sort of out-of-the-way one. But that's basically the only way they could really do... It's either going to be, like, new Baal cultists entirely. Like, yeah, the only character they could possibly use there is him. And I don't know that they would, because, again, he can, you know, redeem. So it wouldn't make sense if they decided to chuck that in the bin and just make him haha evil man again. That would be silly. Yeah, to me, I would say that it's too messy, because he can be... But then again, Viconia is the same way. You can redeem her, too, and she ostensibly is the Mother Superior, right? So they're clearly not going with that. I don't know. I don't know. Sleep in Ketheric's bed! Why did I hear a click? It was from the floorboards. Maybe sleeping in his bed does something to the floorboards if you haven't found them already. Anyway. I thought that was a book. It's bed linen. Like, Baal is, like, the central thread of the previous Baldur's Gate game, so they know what they're doing in having a Baal cult in there, but it's curious as to what they'll do, whether they'll tie stuff in. And I mean, Saravok, I mean, he was human, wasn't he? Or was he an elf? I think he was human, so he should have died by now. Attracting Drow exile. Dictator described Yanthus by General Ketheric. Sweeping up individual Drow renegades is not giving us the cadre of Loth-trained veterans I want for our staff at Officer Corps. We must be more ambitious. Agent Zilvry, True Soul 113, will be commanded to infiltrate Menzoberranzan itself, ideally House Bainry, ostensibly to proselytize on behalf of the Divine Absolute. I think Zilvry will be convincing in this role. The intrusion will excite outrage among the Bainry matrons, who can be counted upon to send a warband to exterminate whoever was so rash as to promote anti-Lolth apostasy in their home. Zilvry will have left a clear trail back here to Moonrise Towers, where the warband will find not a circle of ragtag heretics, but an army in the making. I will parley with the Drow leader, but as we negotiate, her warband will be ambushed, and every Drow warrior we capture will be tadpoled. This accomplished, the warband leader will meet the same fate, and thus we shall acquire our cadre of hardened Underdark warriors. And all it will cost us is the life of loyal Agent Zilvry. But he is, truth be told, a tedious enthusiast, and I will not miss him. Swelto's Ethic of War. My colleague Amaps proposes fair rules of engagement in times of war, and forgiveness upon victory. Are we to spare our enemies then, once they have fallen to our might? Are we to put all hatred behind us when surrender is offered? Indeed not. For what shall we do once our opponent gathers new armies and masses them once again across our borders? We shall wage another war and count the lives snuffed out by our own magnanimity. Once an enemy kingdom is conquered, it must be razed to the ground. Only then can we be free of its spectre. Apostle Diary. Most of the text has been scoured away by time, but what remains appears to be some form of ritual incantation. Your white ribs, the pillars. Your bleached skull, the dome. Take on Apostle's final form. Cathedral rot, blessed bone. Shadowheart, can you figure that shite out? 'Cause I can't. Oh, come on! You're the god woman!
Come on, let's go!
Karlak, are you gonna have a sudden burst of religious inspiration?
Watch your back.
Astarion, I swear to God, these people are killing me. No, don't wave it. Read it. Well, it's presumably a puzzle and we're supposed to do shit with bones, but I don't know what. There's nothing interactable here in this circle.
Moving ahead.
She certainly thinks she's smarter than she is. God, that just sounds so tedious, though.
Yes, soldier.
Invasion plans for Elturgard. Centering on the city of Elturel and showing the nearby towns of Triel, Scornabel, and Burdusk, a series of concentric lines surround the city with all avenues of escape blocked off. Plans for a siege. Balthazar, I thank you for returning what was mine, and I have no doubt all will be well once the war is won. After that, I believe our business will be concluded. A different life, a better life, awaits. General Ketherick.
I'll give it a shot.
I think we've seen most of these maps before. Yeah. A missive from Enver Gortash. General, given what we know from my research about the Gith artifact, I can't emphasize enough how critical it is that it be recovered. The power that artifact contains can boost our own efforts to unforeseen levels, but if it falls into the hands of enemies of wit and persistence, well, it could bring down all of our plans and schemes. The body of our hand-picked captain for the artifact raid wasn't found in the wreckage of the Nautiloid, and I'm not at all easy in my mind about that fact. Find the artifact. Employ rigorous means. Do not fail. Lord somehow forgets that we're equals in this partnership, Gortash. I'm sure Ketherick doesn't love that. Okay, so I'm able to hover over things here, and I can confirm that there really is nothing that I want. So I'm not going to enter this room, because it's a trespassing zone with a guard. I'll be back in a second. Wait, hang on. He's not going to like us doing a lockpick in front of him. That's still red. Don't know if we can get there.
Let's get going. Best be on my way.
Don't touch me. Neither seen nor heard.
Doesn't give a fuck.
Let's move. Moving in.
Door is open. We're good. Well, let's murder it quietly. I don't know that there was anything I could have done about that. But there goes half of its health. And another 10.
Got to concentrate.
Fuck it. A stained letter. A spine shudder amulet. When the wearer deals damage with a ranged spell attack, you get two reverberation. Gems, gems, silver, money, arrow of arcane interference, and an arrow of elemental slaying. My darling daughter, when you were a little girl, I would often watch you play with your dolls and your cousins, and picture myself an enormous, opaque, silvery shield surrounding you, protecting you. That's why they wanted Marcus to kidnap Isabel. It's because she's his daughter. But what, is she dead? Or is she not dead? What is she doing at the Last Light Inn? Anyway, I knew somehow deep within myself that no harm could ever befall you, because I would not let it. Though the healers say I may pass into the City of Judgment soon, know this, darling daughter. I am am always around you. I am always with you. And the Moon Maiden will never allow you to bear a burden you cannot carry. I love you forever. A love that has no death. Unlike yours and mine. Yeah, it's 100 years ago. What the hell? I do want to talk to Isabel. Is she still there? She would be. She's maintaining the dome.
Need to find a way forward.
What about Halsin? Oh, you can actually climb into this one. I think Jaheira is the one that Demon Dragon is referring to. This diary records the life of John Meadowlin. He suffered from lycanthropy, becoming a werebear at the advent of the full moon. Cured of his condition by a priestess of Selûne, John Meadowlin exchanged his claws for a great sword and a cause. He would keep this priestess, her name was Alona, safe from all trouble on the highways and byways. Further, he would bear witness to her many miracles, for Alona was a saint of the goddess, and gifted even more than he could have imagined. They never fell in love, but the friendship was quite something. I think we've read that. I don't think we need to use this outside path. Oh, you just walk from here.
Where to?
I'm just checking. Because you can't actually... Yeah, you can't actually use that. So, like, what's the point of this one here? Ladder goes up. I see. So there's more that way.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more.
Don't worry, I figured it out.
With haste.
We could save and send Karlak on our own up there. First, what does this connect to? Just so I can orient. Oh. Rafters. Good to know these are here. Rafters are very good for violence. And they cover the entire first floor. Delightful. I suppose it would be easy enough to just kill the man in here, if you can get away with that. And generally you can. You can kill people in private rooms and not turn the whole place hostile. But I'm being a good boy. Well, if it turns out I need to send the whole group up here to make it work, I will, but...
No time to rest.
Don't be shy.
First of all, who can jump without assistance? How many can jump without assistance?
Let's get on with it.
She used to be able to, but I think, got rid of her club.
Shah's blessings upon you.
No.
What a day.
It's just her that can manage.
I could go for a good meal.
So I would need to sort everybody out. Let's just see if I need other people before I do this. I don't think the club is with me. I think the club is on Halsin.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Yeah.
Still breathing, despite everything. Let's move.
Step lightly.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Instead of the talking stick, it's the leaping stick.
Still alive. So that's progress.
Still alive. Still alive. We'll give it back to him when we're finished with this.
Breathe deep and move.
Oh, roots. Ladder. Ladder looks like roots. That is roots. That's not a ladder. Also, I cannot see. What the fuck just happened to you?
Onward.
Have a lot on my mind.
Why did she just fall?
Well, in it.
Do I not have daylight anymore? I do. There.
These boots have seen everything.
Okay, it's more visible here. Alright. I don't want to, like, fucking run into Ketherick and end up in a fight. But we'll just reload if that happens.
Don't burn yourself.
Let's get going. How much further can I go?
Yes, good crunch. And so salty too.
Right then, friendly looking fuckerinos. Let's find out what that's about. Now, why was she taking damage and he isn't?
No one stopped me yet. Time to press ahead.
Hey, buds.
Flesh. For the flesh. Silence. We hunger, true soul. The Absolute promised us a feast of corpses, and still we starve.
I don't know where that is, Grafter. I honestly didn't know your kind could could string a sentence together.
The ones below are kept starving and stupid. But not I. I know where the real feast is.
Oh no, I'm not talking about your brain power, I'm talking about your
Corpses
teeth.
down into the tunnels and below the tower. Enough to feed an army of us. If the Absolute will not share her dead flesh, we will tear it from the backs of the living.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Jump off the tower and die. Your friends seem faithful enough. Perhaps they'll start by fleeting on yours. Or we could use the techniques I'm good at. Three. Well, I mean, I pressed the vote button, so by all means, let yourselves be heard. I feel like 3 isn't our wheelhouse. Weirdly enough, I need to play like cleric for that one to be the good one. We got the knoll to kill its oppressor. I think that's enough. We got Malus Thorm to do all sorts of things. The illicit checks always have low DC. That's true. Fuck it. Yeah.
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back.
You would never defeat a mine. No, get away!
Oh, that's odd. Well. Sadly, my daylight isn't working because I swapped to the other weapon for cutscene lighting.
Ready. Heading there.
And what did the other two do? Nothing. What? What? Why did they just charge into a wall and disappear?
At the ready.
I thought they were gonna eat him.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon.
You're completely fucking untapped. We haven't done anything. I guess we could do a long rest to see if there's any scenes because of the Col Ketheric stuff. There might be value in that. Ooh, something's here. So the scene with the winged horrors is rare because most people don't notice you can go this way. Ooh, there's a door too. Can't be used. I cannot see what's inside. I don't think we can use this... Yeah, I don't think we can use this area to get further into the tower. But... Could we fucking... Could the camera move a bit better than this? Good God. There we go. There we go. Now it's free. We also still haven't gone to the docks outside, but that's because we haven't been low enough. Yeah, fuck it. I'll take a rest and just not use supplies. Don't know that anybody has anything to say though.
Hello, my dear.
May the darkness protect you.
But there might be a nighttime scene now that we've met Ketheric.
Greeting.
So that's worth testing for. Oh! Gale!
Seems like a good moment to talk.
That's not Gale. That is Mirror Gale.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Gale of Waterdeep. He wishes to extend you an invitation for a private conversation in a more suitable locale.
On behalf of Gale? You're not Gale?
You are speaking to a mere projection of Gale. His appearance, his voice, and a certain measure of his personality, reconstituted in this case to play as emissary and usher. Would you care to join him? What little I could glean from the portion of his mind that is open to me, it is a matter most urgent.
Sure.
Gladly. Simply follow yonder path, and soon you will find him.
What, deeper into the dungeon? We'll take a partial rest. We don't need any heals. God, Scale is such a fuck. You better not be fucking hitting on me, dude. I am taken.
I love this time of night. There's an almost reverent silence that accompanies the peak of darkness, when you'd almost believe the dawn will never break. The cradle of eternity. The timelessness of lovers. That most beautiful of fantasies.
Why did you summon me here?
I wanted to see you. While I still could. This may be my last night alive. I wanted it to be under a canopy of beauty and wonder. I thought this place might bring me peace. I thought it might make the weight of what I must do feel a little lighter. But I'm not so sure.
Is this truly what you want? To die for the promise of Mistra's forgiveness?
Babe or crone, coward or hero, death is assured. Mistra's forgiveness is not. If you knew the end was near, would you not want to ensure it had meaning? I am terrified. I will not claim otherwise. My face could scarcely conceal it, even if my words sought to deny it. There is no point in running from the inevitable. Better to meet it on my own terms.
Why are you so sure it is inevitable? We haven't even found the heart yet.
I can feel it. Ever since we set foot in this strange, corrupted land. The closer we get, the heavier my own heart becomes. Stay with me a while, will you? Day will come all too soon, even in this place.
I'd rather not listen to you wallowing in self-pity. Good night, Gale. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a romance thing. This seems like part of his narrative. If you aren't locked into another romance, he absolutely does use this scene to try. I mean, you know, honestly, fair play to him. He thinks he's gonna die tomorrow. If the person he is spending the moonlit night with is known to be single, yeah, fair. Give it a shot. But also good for him that he doesn't try if you're locked in with someone else. You're going to do a Gale origin run. I have heard that those are fun. I have heard that those are a lot of fun. Yeah, specifically I've heard great things about Gale, Astarion, and Lae'zel origin runs for the perspectives that they bring. I have not heard much about Shadowheart, Karlach, or Will origin runs. Karlach, I think, is best experienced opposite you rather than as you. I'm not going anywhere, Gale. I'll be by your side whenever dawn brings.
Yes. But there is so much to live for, and so few moments in which to house it all.
Especially when you spend 99% of your time on my bench.
Damn you. Damn you for giving me so much to care about. Our friends, our adventures. This would have been so much easier if it was just me. But it isn't. If there is a way, any way, to save all that's grown dear to me, I want to seize it. I just cannot fathom what that might be, other than to fail Mistra and condemn the world. Stay with me, will you? I don't want to think of it anymore, but I don't want to be alone either.
Stay with him and watch the stars in silence. Break the silence with my voice, and everyone turns round to see the source of all the noise. Right, yeah, her romances all have to be adjusted for her problem. Anybody who has sex in Act 1 cannot with Karlach, basically. God, look at this fancy fucker. What are you doing drinking from a goblet in the morning?
Well met.
Oh, you put it away now, have you? Karlach couldn't romance Lae'zel in Act 1. Well, I mean, you know, Lae'zel wants what she wants, and she wants it real fast, so I wouldn't be surprised if she wasn't interested in Act 1.
I was hoping to speak to you, as a matter of fact, about the night you were kind enough to keep this melancholy wizard company.
You mean last night?
I wanted to thank you. I was sinking into a dark place, but you reminded me there is still light in the world, if I should care to look for it. You may well have prevented me from doing something very rash in the near future. I count myself lucky to call you a friend.
I just don't want to be collateral damage. No, anytime, Gale. Feelings mutual.
I'm glad to hear it. And I intend to prove myself worthy of the sentiment.
From the bench. Right, let's go. She's still hurt because we didn't actually rest. But that turned out to be useful. We got a scene out of it, which I like. Where next? I think we've done the upper area. We should still look at the suspicious sounds thing. Sure, can we talk to Z'rell about what we found in Balthazar's room? Actually, you know what? I think because of how much of a long walk we have to get back around, I'm gonna dip to the last light and see if Isabel has anything to say. And then we'll just go back to Moonrise Towers through the fast travel.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
How's about
it? Keep sight narrows at night.
Just walk over the fountain.
And you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't mine.
Very normal. Can we go up, please? Thank you. Jaheira as well? Okay. Well, we're here with Isabel first. She still saw!
Don't let Jaheira catch you dawdling.
What the fuck?
What am I to do? Time to undo the damage.
Take you.
Can't give up now.
Don't let Jaheira catch you dawdling.
I saw Ketherick at Moonrise Tower as he was presiding over his trial.
Almost laughable that he sees himself fit to judge anyone. Did you learn anything about how we might defeat him?
I think I know the source of his invulnerability, a relic called the Night Song.
That's incredible news. I won't ask for the specifics as to how you uncovered that, but I'm grateful you've done whatever it takes. I can't believe there's an end in sight. Thank you.
I did not notice at the mausoleum that
Go
the
on,
implication
then.
that she was his daughter. Oh, hang on.
Don't let Jaheira catch you dawdling.
I have news about Ketherick. I've been tasked with retrieving something important to him. Seems like a good lead.
That's incredible news. I won't ask for the specifics as to how you uncovered that, but I'm grateful you've done whatever it takes. I can't believe there's an end in sight. Thank you.
Oh, wrong one.
Don't let Jaheira catch you dawdling.
Yeah, I found the empty sarcophagus of an Isabel Thorm, Ketherick's daughter.
Her breath catches. You notice a barely perceptible shudder run through her body.
An unfortunate coincidence. I hope never to meet the wicked man who hemorrhaged shadows over this peaceful village.
They do have similar facial features. Well, that's a fucking light.
Go on then.
If not over,
then through. No, me neither.
The shadows haven't consumed you. Good.
I saw Ketherick. He regenerated before my eyes.
Gruesome, isn't it? I'm glad you survived the encounter at least. Did you learn anything more?
He is calling himself a chosen of the Absolute now.
Chosen? Oh, that's 3 masters Ketherick has served. Our paladin isn't very picky. He's aligned himself with mind flayers. But I cannot see what he gains. Perhaps we can force it out of him once we have him up against a wall.
I did read a very
Was there
interesting
anything
book,
else?
but I don't think I can mention that to you yet.
The great general is paranoid. Good. That means he's protecting something. I'll wager it's the source of his invulnerability. He'd protect that at any cost. Was there anything else? Then speak. The shadows haven't consumed you. Good.
I've been looking into Ketherick. I suspect Isabel might be his daughter.
Do you? Well, let us not leave you in suspense then. You are right. She is.
Oh! It's more than that. She was dead. Something brought her back.
Something malign? Huh. Or some blessing of Seluna, perhaps. I do not know what restored Isabel's life to her, but I can see what she is doing with it. If she wished to see us drowned in darkness, Isabel needn't have lifted a finger. Instead, she holds out her hand. I choose to take it. I choose to trust. And not just because I have no other choice.
Trust? You tried to kill me the first time we met. Now I'll be nicer to her than that. No, I won't.
And now we are the best of friends. You see? The power of trust. When I find myself needing a reminder of just who Isabel Thorm is, I simply step outside and look up. She'll extend that protection to you too if you see her. You've shown me how well you can sniff out secrets. I'd like to see you turn that nose upon Ketheric Thorm. The shadows haven't consumed you. Good.
Right, now that she's said that, maybe Isabel will be more forthcoming.
What's up for discussion?
Don't let Jaheira catch you dawdling.
No.
Go on, then.
Perimeter's clear, Mom.
You could warn her about Marcus before Marcus appeared?
We don't want any surprises.
Sorry, after Marcus had appeared?
Yes, Mom.
That is odd.
Yes, I'm well aware.
Anyway. I'm gonna take my break now. Let's take it here so that you can get the ambience of the last light. But I will be back, and then we'll go back to Moonrise and probably go downstairs. I suppose there are people who would have played this game and gone to Moonrise before they even met Jaheira and went to the Last Light. Hell, you could probably do Act 2 without actually going to the Last Light Inn. I'll be back.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Patrols report more activity among the cultists, Mom. Preparing to march, I wager. Seems that way.
Walbrin, you fool.
I'll tell him you said so.
Your Gravenguard's still alive, you reckon?
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
And that's why we're still standing around.
our supplies. Find out who it is and bring them for me. Yes, Mom.
Yeah?
Right back
Sight
at you.
narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
I'll be out of your way as soon as I'm finished.
Count your lucky stars.
Yeah.
Your Graven God's still alive, you reckon?
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
What other sins have you been cooking up?
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first.
Worse than that.
Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
And that's why we're still standing around.
Perimeter's clear, Mom. Good. We'll leave soon. We don't want any surprises. Yes, Mom.
Perhaps a bit more of this. Good point. I hadn't thought of that.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Deep sight narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars.
Yeah.
Patrols report more activity among the cultists, Mom. Preparing to march, I wager. Seems that way.
God's still alive, you reckon?
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
How's the barricade coming?
Yes, yes, I'm well aware. I heard you the first time.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't. long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
Well, that's why we're still standing around. Walbrin, you fool.
I'll tell him you said so.
What other sins have you been cooking up?
Seems someone's been skimming our supplies. Find out who it is and bring them to me. Yes, Mom.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Heapside narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars. Your Gravenguard's still alive, you reckon?
He better be, or I'm a dead man
Right back
walking.
at you.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
I'll be out of your way as soon as I'm finished.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first.
Perimeter's clear, Mom.
Got to
Good.
trust Jahira to come
We'll
up
leave
with
soon. We don't want any surprises.
I do.
That's
Yes,
why
Mom.
we're still standing around.
Blood, this is heavy.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Heapside narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars.
Perhaps a bit more of this.
What happened to you?
Good point.
Your Gravenguard's
I hadn't thought of that.
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
first time.
You better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're still standing around. Ulbrin, you fool.
I'll tell him you said so.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse.
Yeah?
Deep-side narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars.
See any movement out there?
Gravenguard's still alive.
You better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
Yeah. There's more where that came from.
What other sins have you been cooking up?
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me
Right
antsy.
back at you.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I'll be out of your way as
That's
soon
why
as
we're
I'm
still
finished.
standing around. How's the barricade coming along? This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Deep-side narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars.
Patrols report more activity among the cultists, Mom. They're bearing for marks, I wager. Seems that way.
Good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Your Graven God's still alive, you reckon?
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
I pity you.
Good man. True enough.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're still standing.
Seems someone's been skimming our supplies. Find out who it is and bring them to me. Yes, Mom.
It'll lead to Larry's magic won't hold out as up. This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Keep sight narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count lucky stars.
Blood, this is heavy.
Your Graven God's still alive, you reckon?
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
Perimeter's clear, Mom.
Yes,
Good.
yes, I'm well aware.
We don't want any surprises. Yes, Mom.
I heard you the first time.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're still standing around. better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
Seems to be any movement out there.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a
Right
plan
back
first.
at you.
Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're
I'll be
still
out of your
standing
way
around.
as soon as I'm finished.
What other sins have you been cooking up?
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Deep-side narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars.
Patrols report more activity among the cultists, Mum. Preparing for March, I wager. Seems that way.
Perhaps a bit more of this. Good point. I hadn't thought of that.
You Grimgirl's still alive, you reckon?
You better be, or I'm a dead man walking. Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man. to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
I heard
That's
you
why
the
we're
first
still
time.
standing around. Yeah. This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Deep sight narrows at night tide. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars.
A tragedy. Worse than that. A crime.
You Gravenguard's still alive, you reckon?
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first.
Baldur, you
Got
fool.
to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're still
I'll tell him you
standing
said so.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Deep sight narrows at night time. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars. You Gravenguard's still alive, you reckon?
He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a
Seems
fight.
someone's been skimming our supplies.
Good man.
Find out who it is and bring them, please.
Right back at
Yes,
you.
Mom.
I'll be out of your way as soon as I'm finished.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first.
That's why we're still standing around.
What other sins have you been cooking up?
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Heap-sight narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Yeah. Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars.
Perimeter's clear, Mom. Good. And listen, don't want any surprises. Yes, Mom.
Perhaps a bit more of this. Good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Not as long as we can seem simple enough. Is that Darkmaw the Wicked? I don't believe it.
Now, I'm not Darkmaw the Wicked, I'm just
His territory ran
Gav.
from the Wood of Sharp Teeth to Cloak Wood. It took half an army to drive him out.
I'm no famous
How did he
evil
end up
bear. How do they recognize him? Good God. There's no identifying plaque.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust your hero to
No
help.
supplies. When we make it home.
Right. Well, back to Moonrise. There we go. I had thought to quickly ask if Zarel had anything to say to us.
My faith will guide me.
At least things have stayed interesting. Don't waste a step.
Following our inventory of Balthazar's place. There's a ladder there. Where does that lead to? Oh, the rafters, of course. That makes sense. Okay. I was going to look at the suspicious noise fireplace.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
It's not a fireplace, it's like a broken down stairwell.
Something slimy seems to be dripping from the rafters above.
Okay, so it is up here. Let's find out. That can go off for a bit. Oh boy. I'm certain everything's fine.
Something over there.
Hallucinogenic.
Quiet! Both of you. Destroy.
Through a narrow crack in the wall, you hear something shift against stone. The pulse of a crawling, living thing.
Please. Good.
You can't quite catch a glimpse, but you recognize this feeling.
Oh, bugger.
The same alien presence you felt on the Nautiloid.
Sure, let's be dumb.
Your awareness unfolds, expanding through every wall in the tower, every mind. A vast living network extending down into the dark, where something wakes.
What in the hell's... Oh no, not again.
It's a trap!
Tendrils snap like iron cords around your wrist. That presence in your mind looms large, closer now.
Go limp! Go limp! That is a story that was told to me when I was a kid, of my father needing to have surgery, and I believe it was surgery on his chest. But they had to give him an injection, and he was tensing up. So I think the injection was from the back. Whatever part of him they were injecting, he was tensing up and, like, you know, clenching, and it was not... And this is before I was born, but the entirety of the story is just that the doctor, in a very thick accent that I have no idea what it even was, because it was my mother doing her best attempt at a thick accent, was just constantly shouting at him, "Go limp! Go limp!" And I've had that sound in my head for longer than I've had sense and reason. So I can't look at the phrase "go limp" without laughing, and it's just because of the just you know, the silly things you say to kids to make them laugh. It's not an interesting story. It's not complicated. It's just a silly voice and a command to go limp, repeated about 4 or 5 times. So let's do that.
You stop resisting, your arm bending with the movement of the flesh, and suddenly an opening appears. With a soft sucking sound, your hand pulls free. The flesh within the wall retreats.
Well, my hand needs a wash.
Careful. In future, you can't just stick your hand in every strange hole you come across.
That smells interesting.
The tentacle pulses within the wall, waiting.
Reach back in!
There is no hesitation this time. The tendrils lash out like a waiting predator. The tendrils tighten, and suddenly you are elsewhere.
Uh-oh.
The presence is no longer approaching you, but encircling you, observing you.
We did save.
Why? What? Who are you?
I know your voice. I can read your title card and the subtitles. You're the Absolute.
I am.
I am. We are the Absolute.
Vast being down into terms you can understand.
This is the voice they have given me. To better speak to your kind without breaking you. I was once a servant, of the grand design. Now I'm a slave to theirs.
Wasn't expecting this from a fucking hole in the wall!
You are the flaw in their design. The single thread that could unravel everything they've planned.
What do you mean I'm the flaw?
I am the chain they will use to bind this world. But I cannot bind you. You must come to me so I can become myself again.
A world away, the grip on you tightens. A desperate, drowning thing that pulls you down with it.
Come, become.
What's happening? Speak to me! Wake up!
Brains, brains, I won't lie. I'll eat their brains till they're zombified. Sure, they might think it's deranged. They won't think twice if they don't have a brain. Search for some leverage. Slide out. Get fucked! Search for some leverage. Slide out. Search for some leverage! Slide out! We slid out. Oh, good for you, Guan, but I thought it would be funny.
Thank goodness. I was almost worried. Clingy little shit, this Absolute. And she wants to meet.
Careful. It nearly had you.
Sorry, did my dream visitor just change into a man? Whatever that creature was, its telepathic force was unlike anything I've ever encountered. It must be the source of the Absolute. My dream visitor just turned into a man and then went mute. A different kind of muse. Connect to the strange consciousness in Moonrise. Well, obviously we're going to have to try again. With a quick save.
The sound of flesh echoes from further away.
Aww.
Retreated beyond your reach.
Thanks for caring, Astarion.
Ah, my favorite traveling companion.
What the fuck? Did we go up a level with you? No, you're just being nice.
What's on your mind?
I'm more worried about what's in my hand. Well, that was fun.
Light on my feet.
They expect those with a female visitor not to poke it twice? The hell does that mean? I have soap in my inventory. I don't actually think my hand has been affected. It was in the cutscene, but... not anymore. Yeah, I said I was going to see if Zorel had new dialogue. After that, I'm pretty sure the only way downstairs is this one. Right? Don't believe there's another. Whose job is it to clean up the dead goblin in the hall? Evidently no one with a mind to hurry.
Let's see.
Carnus isn't going to be doing that.
I should speak up.
So why are you here instead of out there? Oh, good. I love answering questions.
No.
Have I not been clear? Find Balthazar, and more important...
No ability to confer what we found in Balthazar's house or anything. Tell the ogre! Can we convince the ogre to stick her hand in the wall? I'm sure the Absolute would have a riveting conversation with an ogre. I'm sick of the doorways lighting. I understand why this is the case. It's so that you can open them, but it's really annoying when they are opened. Because then they just close again and you don't go through. Like, I'm trying to click through the hole, but I need to, like, move my camera for that. It's shit.
Ugh, the reaction failed.
Wait, where is this bloody ogre?
So I can pawn it off as a loan potion.
I thought she was here. Other side, I think. Yeah. The issue is that the door object is considered the frame and not the door. You can see that because if I wave my cursor in front of this door, it's not it. If I wave my cursor in front of this frame, it does light up. And I don't know why that decision was made, but the clickable should absolutely be the door itself. That way the clickable moves out of the way when it is no longer needed. But you can still access it if you want it.
Loud. Clumsy.
I found your meat sounds.
Being. Telling. Tell Mig.
It's the Absolute, Mig.
Absolute is God meat? Mig join up for food. If God is made of meat, it all makes sense now. Praise Absolute. Praise Absolute.
What do you think about this breakthrough, Kimmerl?
Watch yourself with the ogre.
I've been known to worship a meal or two in my time. Right! So at this point we have two goals. Prison and the Gauntlet of Shar. Let's go to prison, shall we?
Prisoners, I mean. Any one of them could be elevated to true soul, should they accept the Absolute.
Ugh. Then I shall have to keep them busy praying for mercy from other gods, won't I?
Animals, the animals, trap.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Is new.
Hi.
Everyone is waiting on you, and you got time. So we found Minthara. I don't know why that's there. There's a stash all the way up there. Mew, hello. You're shouting hi, but the way you've spelled it, you're actually saying yes, but in Japanese. So yes to what? But thank you for that terrifying number of months. So I guess this blood isn't necessarily hers, because she's got full health, but people have been carted.
God.
I think we should leave her alone at first and just poke around at the rest of them, because this is going to be a whole scene.
If you think I walked all the way to
escape without a litter? You don't know me at all.
Oh, of course. Perhaps our prisoners can be your bearers. A fine view from Gnomeback, I expect. You ought to be kinder, you know. To the prisoners, I mean. Any one of them?
Be a dear and strike me deaf. Our guests are especially sobby today.
I cannot believe the hat's on you guys. If you ask Google what HI, all caps, means, it means healthcare associated infections. Well, you do work at a hospital, don't you?
You're mistaken, surely.
I am not.
But we've seen... what? 5 true souls sent for an audience?
And not a single one came back down.
That's actually a zone shift. That's interesting.
Must have been unworthy.
Don't get too close to the prisoners. They're desperate enough to try anything.
Right. Thanks for that, Governor Ferguson.
I hear we'll be marching west soon. Hope to see you on the front line.
All's well here. The cargo from below has already been taken to the docks.
Half-eaten apple, potato, and dried pork sausage. Well, let's not rob the prison rations. I guess this leads to the dock. That would help, actually. I wanted to look at the dock. We can do that before we look at the prison. Yes.
Enjoy the view. This feels like it'd stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day. If this place ever gets a clear day.
It won't. You just came by to yell hi because you noticed the sub money came out of your PayPal, but alas, 2 a.m. in sleep time. But yeah, you have work tomorrow for the first time in a bit. You should be sleeping so that you can be, you know, full of energy and so that I can see you soon. Because I miss you. But have a nice night, dear. I'll just hang out with my Baldur's Gate girlfriend instead.
Darling?
We're currently talking from 2 sides of a small chasm. I've been there actually. We've already explored here. I just didn't cross this path. So come back. I'll leap into her arms. Actually, I can't. It won't let me. Come on, come on, come on. It'll do it automatically.
Let's go.
There we go.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. On my way.
Is that anything? Don't think so. Because it's not lit up. On like the map. Send her off a short pier? What, are you jealous? I could have them all jump to their death.
What's the story?
They did an update patch this week, Mew. They've added 3 to 4 new kissing animations for every potential romance companion in the game.
Never mind. Never wanted the easy path.
Because, you know, they were hard at work adding the important stuff. What the fuck was that, Zealot?
What's up for discussion?
What is wrong with you?
Feel free to haul a few boxes. We need all the hands we can get.
Yeah? You're a bit jumpy, aren't you?
Hold your nose round the crates. Some got a little ripe down in the cellar.
I'm afraid you missed the ship, Trousseau, but there'll be another along soon enough. We're already stacking the cargo.
Sure thing, Chinbeard.
Baldur's Gate. The army marches overland, but we sent some friends ahead to smooth the way.
Why does the Absolute want to fight the city?
Locums need to see her truth. Take their place in her design.
Or they don't, and we send them to meet the old gods they cling to. Doesn't matter much either way.
Do you believe in God? No? Do you believe in God? Yes. Do you believe in my God? No. What cargo are they bringing?
Nothing of note. Just supplies for the battle ahead. I've already checked it twice over.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Huh. I've never encountered that before. Maybe we should sleep. The cargo's important. Another look can't do any harm. Wait, what are we convincing him to do? Go away? Oh, check the cargo.
Right you are, I suppose. Check away.
Oh, I'm allowed to check the cargo by doing that. And I could also have used the,
What's hiding here?
Zentarum shipping crate. Oh, that'll be interesting.
A wave of sick familiarity radiates from one barrel amidst the cargo. Tadpoles, sleeping and scarcely aware, but echoing yours 100-fold.
There's so many. Enough for an army of mindless slaves.
Reach out and reach out and reach out and touch someone. Woo! Thank you, Shadowheart!
A pattern of blank minds newly born. They carry only a bare shred of memory, inherited from something older. A sleep of centuries. The birth and destruction of a settlement above forming only background noise to the dream. Until something descended down into the darkness, and the dreamer awoke.
They don't know what they are. Not yet. Unless we taught them to be something else.
Dude.
Ah, my favorite traveling companion.
That is the most Astarian thing I have ever heard a Astarian say.
The vat is still, placid. Thousands of tadpoles happily awaiting their hosts.
Examine the seat.
The winged serpent of the Zentarim. It seems their pursuit of profit extends even here.
£10. It's worth 2? How did you get it? Did breaking it give you 2? We've run out of... I'm still curious as to when we get access to this outer rung, although I don't know if I'm necessarily gonna want to pay the cost if there is one, because there's quite a lot of powers there. We're past the ones that I really want, you know what I mean? Repulsor would be fun. I'm gonna have such a bad ending. Look at my brain, it's ruined! That's true, we should give him the Luck of the Far Realms at some point. I'm just a completionist. I want to eat them all myself so that I can fill out my brain space.
Stand clear of the cargo.
Arden.
Respectfully, true soul.
Yeah, I'm not hearing much respect.
Just doing my job. They say the Absolute sees our work and elevates the worthy. And I don't plan on being a guard for long, true soul.
Well, you have the attitude of a true soul, at least.
Thank you.
Am I still carrying 10 pounds of nothing? Yes. Now I don't want it anymore. Actually... First, is it just 2 for me, or...?
How delicious.
Yeah, can't use it anymore. Okay. Why does that say death? Why would throwing that cause his death? Hang on, I'm going to save, and I want to see if this kills Astarion. No. I thought it meant that, he can't throw from that distance, so his pathfinding is going to make him jump into the fucking sea. That was... It's the only thought I have that would make it make sense. Anyway, I don't know if that has any actual effect, but getting rid of a bunch of tadpoles is a net positive. Now, there are some containers that we could open here that are illegal, so I won't.
I should speak up.
Look busy or they'll set you lifting too. Whatever's inside's heavy.
Let's see what this does. I'm way too big.
Cat hole. Not even a gnome could get through that. Right. Back to prison. The animals, the animals.
You ought to be kinder, you know. To the prisoners, I mean. Any one of them could be elevated to...
As I say, we'll still let Minthara suffer a little longer.
Then I shall have you.
A lifeless eye.
Did you request this post too? I'm glad I got the warden and not Zarel. Don't get chatty with the prisoners, mind you. The warden won't like that. You remind me a little of the warden. Such gravitas.
I have literally never spoken to you. Cell 5. Leah. Danis. Lacrissa. Cal.
Conversation has been cut short.
Ooh.
These prisoners are for Disciple Balthazar's attention only.
I have permission from Balthazar. Ask him.
Your association with Disciple Balthazar inspires respect and a touch of fear. You are free to speak to the prisoners.
Guard! I have a task for you. Go up to the library. I need you to find a dictionary. There's a word I'd like you to peruse the meaning of. In fact,
out of here, Cal. Even if I need to kill every
I've heard rumors it's not even in the dictionary. I'd like you to investigate that. The word is gullible. Off you go.
We won't let them win. Not now. Not ever.
You want to help? The gnomes couple cells down are up to something, and we're in.
What are the gnomes doing?
Can't read bloody minds. Go on, before someone sees.
Mm-hmm.
Gods, the gnomes. Speak to the gnomes.
Get us out of here before the necromancer comes back. Please.
What just happened to me?
We'll have your back if it comes to a fight. You can be sure of that.
There must be a way out of here. Please. I don't want to end up on some necromancer's slab.
Who does?
Hey. You were in the grove, right?
Yeah, saved your lives and all.
Please, have you seen Bex? Dark hair, golden eyes. Is she in another cell? Is she all right?
She's at last light in with the others. She's safe.
She got away. Oh, thank the gods. Thank you. I was sure the curse. Look, tell her to go to Baldur's Gate. I'll meet her there.
You may get to tell her yourself.
I keep closing my eyes and praying I'll wake up somewhere else.
Props to the devs for letting us talk to everybody in the cell, no matter of their physical location. To just not even to just cut the whole. Because I was thinking, I probably won't be able to talk to anyone other than Leah. So what I might do is quick save, Misty step into the cell and talk to them all. Nah, they just let you. Very, very good. Good things come to those who click buttons, Demon Dragon. What is happening with the cell doors that is knocking everyone on their ass? Wulbren Bongle. I saw a thumbnail for a YouTube video called Fuck Wulbren Bongle. I do not know what he has done or will do to earn such ire. But we'll talk to him as soon as I finish mapping out this. Oh man. More.
Don't speak to the prisoners. The Absolute forbids it.
You look like you just walked out of a Warcraft cutscene.
The Warden runs this place like clockwork. Do not fall behind. One HP, huh?
this is anything like that spider hole. Then that will be a zone divider. Taking me somewhere I don't think I want to go right now.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Hardly a challenge.
Wait, why aren't you sneaking? Oh, fuck. I thought I hit the sneak all.
Taking my time in the shadows.
Uh-oh. She's not gonna notice we
How much further can I go?
entered from the back. That door was open when we got here. There are cell levers. There's a prisoner log, which for some reason I'm allowed to read. A list of prisoners who have passed through the dungeons of Moonrise Towers. The page opens on the following entry. Fionn Featherlight, transferred to Disciple Balthazar's care. Yusuf Furaha, found dead in cell. Remains sent to kitchen. Anuska Tarasova, swore allegiance to the Absolute. Sent for subjugation. Note. Disciple Balthazar's experiments now take priority. All prisoners are to be sent to his lab on his return, including Nimble Panternon, Nichols Zeltron, and Wulbren Bongle. Lots of things. I don't want to...
This is a restricted area. Time to explain yourself, or this guard will be restricting you to a cell.
My apologies, I seem to have been taking a wrong turn.
Your words are enough to resolve the matter. Still, you need to leave. Should you transgress again, your efforts to talk yourself out of trouble will be of little use.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
You spark of the familiar. Do I know you, true soul?
Yes, you just caught me sneaking around in your room.
Perhaps not. Your face is rather bland. Regardless, know this. I am the warden. The prisoners are my charges, and I answer to Disciple Balthazar himself. Stay on my good side.
Your mind swirls with information about the prison. The small levers behind the warden's desk open every cell, while the larger one triggers the alarm. And interesting items confiscated from prisoners lie above the warden's office, just up the ladder.
If you are going to stare, kindly do it elsewhere. As I said, you are free to roam where you wish, but do not speak to the prisoners.
Your face is pretty bland, too.
My face might be bland, but yours? It is now carved into my memory. Forever.
I'll do my utmost to impress you.
A pity you're already failing, then.
Looking for a particular prisoner. The Duke?
He sounds important, and I'm afraid the mere dregs are the only ones left in my care.
Our people did suffer enough in El Turel and to be locked up here, but one of their own. They'll not bother you.
Anyone who refutes the Absolute is an enemy of mine, true soul. You would do well to remember that.
Ah, so you're an absolute bitch, are you? Who's Balthazar?
My, they are letting all sorts become a true soul these days. He is chief advisor to General Ketherick, and one of the Absolute's favored. His necromancy is second only to the General's. It is an honor to serve him.
Well, I'll just be leaving through the entrance I very definitely used to get in. Then I will shut that door because I love for you to not witness me while I talk to all of your prisoners. Don't worry, your guards think I'm allowed. Nichols and Nimble.
Whatever Walbrin says, do it. He's the only one that can get us out of here.
What am I?
Can you hear it crying? The stone. It's broken.
What?
The walls were made with blood and pain. They hated.
Sorry, are you personifying the building?
The walls were made with...
Okay, that's enough out of Nichols. Wilburn Bungle, your reputation precedes you.
You ordered that guard about as if you were the Absolute herself. What do you want with us, exactly?
I'm here to help you escape.
Huh. And why would you be so inclined?
Barcus?
Barcus is out here? Didn't think he had the stones. Well, if he sent you, you're no slave to the Absolute. You're a damn wolf among sheep, aren't you? I reckon you and I were meant to meet. I'm Wilburn.
What do you need?
Efficient? Good. We need tools. That head case of a warden robbed ours, but anything that breaks rock will do. Even if it's not Iron Hand quality. Whatever you find, throw it through the bars. But for the love of Gerdo, make sure a guard doesn't see you. Or we're both done for. It's only a matter of time. Till we're served up to the necromancer on a platter.
We'll get you to Baldur's Gate.
Your feet fly fast, my friend. Any luck with those tools?
Apparently I have some. Oh, is it just default tools? Not exactly. You give him the punch-drunk bastard. He'll take any bludgeoning weapon. Well, I'm definitely not going to give him my quarterstaves. Although I don't use gold wormling anymore. It would be dangerous, yeah, probably.
Gerdo, help me. Just bring them. Or we're all very, very dead.
Have you slept at all?
I think I'll go take a look at what happens with Minthara first. I note that, yeah, his cell has a back, so their escape plan is to go through the wall. But we need to get the tieflings out. They're not connected the same way. If it's anything like the goblin camp, would we be able to kill everybody down here without bothering the floor above? And, like, breaking Moonrise as a friendly place? Because then it becomes a lot simpler. We could do it at any time. We could do it before we go to the Gauntlet of Shar. It would be cool to go talk to Bex and tell her that Dennis is around before we rescue them. first of all, let's go over here. God's sake.
Keep a blade close.
What?
Whoa!
Up to.
Hmm. Huh. What if we didn't give him tools? What if we just broke this?
What's that?
Oh, hello. They have a wall too.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
Short rest, bonus action, no ritual.
Wanna dance? Marching. What is it?
For now, we're just scouting. Well, there's the bludgeoning weapons. Can also use the boat. But I don't know where that will put us.
That's curious.
And that's a zone shift. As is presumably the boat. So there's something deep underground. Possibly there's a hole you can fall down, and there's that safer drop. Is that something I want to explore yet? Probably best not to take the boat that's clearly for the prisoners to use to escape. It would be funny! But we can go down below now. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't go down to another area until I'd dealt with the Minthara situation. The prisoners are fine. Nothing's gonna get done to them. Oh, this isn't the way. But we could go that way. I'm not gonna fall down the hole. I think that's... Well, I might quick save and jump down the hole just to see where it ends. Kind of like what I did with the other hole. Just to get a glimpse and then reload. Because I don't like jumping down one-way trips. I prefer to be more careful. But either way, that's the scouting we needed to do.
All right. What now? Need to find a way forward.
But we did rest once. Minthara still seems to be alright. I do not know what you're referring to, Zarlia.
I bloody hope not. I hear the end of it.
But here she is.
Minthara Bainray. Queen of Spiders. Beseech of you the strength to destroy.
Yes, but I don't know what you're talking about. Get to the top. We're not talking about the top of the tower.
More for me.
So you keep saying.
I should speak up.
You were adored, Minthara. Brought up from the darkness and into the Absolute's light.
She cherished you, but it wasn't enough. You were distracted by your own desires.
Bloodlust, murder, chaos.
And most damning of all, an inability to follow orders.
I obeyed to the best of my ability!
And isn't that depressing?
You are nothing.
Minthara's mind connects with yours. Not strong as you remember it, but fractured, disintegrating.
Come to observe, true soul. She is a lesson. None can rise so high that they cannot fall again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what ladder you mean. Like, I was in a cave. There was the cracked rock going down, but that doesn't go up. And then there was a boat. We're in a conversation now, but like I don't know what part of the map you're talking about. It sounds like you're talking about like up, which we haven't been in a while. What are you doing to her?
We are erasing her.
Sorry, they told me to handle her. You're not really, you don't have the authority here.
No, this is our duty.
Peace, sister. Let us observe the true soul's methods. Perhaps we can learn from them. Her mind is yours. Break it.
Oh god, the sounds. I'm gonna go with number 1 here, and I'm gonna see if the game allows me to put on a show. Like, you know, reach out to her mind and tell her, hey, play along. If it doesn't, obviously we can fight these two, but let's see if we can do it without fighting these two. Oh, the ladder in the office! No, right, yeah, we did go up there, I just didn't loot anything. Because she caught me immediately. There's a way to get into there without going through the warden's face. That makes sense. At some point, sure. We've got a good chance of fighting the warden. I don't know, we'll see what happens. If I can sneak the prisoners out, I'll try. I find that more interesting than fighting the floor, but let's see what happens with Minthara first, because she's more important to me than gnomes and tieflings.
Immediately, your mind is swept into a greater vortex, a psionic storm with Minthara at its center.
Cannot hide, submit, embrace.
Her torturers are not dominating her. They are destroying her mental defenses and exposing her to the presence that claims to be the absolute.
Ask the presence to let you pass.
At your familiar touch, the presence withdraws. Still there, you sense, but letting you pass. Waiting. Navigating the storm, you reach the nexus of her mind.
I don't know why that line skipped.
It is a wound, bleeding raw emotion and shattered memories. But she senses your arrival.
So it is you who will end me. Make it swift, then. Anything to silence that thing. That voice.
I have a plan. Fake obedience and the guards will leave without raising the alarm.
I would prefer to make these bastards bleed. But I trust that you speak from caution rather than cowardice. I will put my faith in you and pretend to be their slave.
Her mind fills with warmth, and she gently releases you.
Good.
Is it done? I did not feel her mind break.
She is cleansed as ordered. Were my methods too subtle for you?
No. My sister only meant to compliment your delicate work.
Indeed. Seems I have a bit to learn yet. We ought to return to our posts, sister.
Posts?
There'll be plenty more prisoners to practice on. An ill thing to let an enemy show their back and live.
Seems to me it's backstabbing that got you where you are.
And look at you, right here with me. I suggest we leave, silently.
How do we get you out of here? Escort her until we've put some distance between us and the forces of the Absolute.
What can I do for you, my friend?
No thoughts?
What is it? What's wrong?
Nothing. So we've got her coming along like Sazza, which is darkly ironic. Given Sazar introduced us. Night Warden Minthara. She's a Loth-sworn drow. She's got the Pixie Blessing. Presumably, if she joins the party, she'll get dunked back to level 1. So that we can reshape her indeed.
Looking ahead.
But I have to hope that my authority will allow me to walk her right out of here.
Minthara is supposed to be in a cell. You have some explaining to do.
I think she serves rather well for my personal servant, don't you?
The guard is happy to let you pass. Minthara is rather less happy about your choice of words.
Right, but
leave quickly. I cannot hold my fury for long.
you don't have an approval meter yet, so I can say whatever the fuck I want until you develop one.
Won't I?
Here goes nothing.
You're mistaken, surely.
Dual-wielding maces. It would be funny to give her the Lathander's Light. I don't know that I'm going to add her to the team, necessarily. I probably would, if not for the fact that we're about to do the Gauntlet of Shar, and I know I need Shadowheart for that. Like, of course, I'd bring her along for that. If we weren't about to go to Shadowheart's own bloody place, I might replace Cleric with Paladin, why not? But as it is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do right now.
I last left Moonrise as a commander in the Absolute's army, obeying the voice of a god. I thought I had found a home and a purpose. Now I leave as an exile. But you risked your life to rescue me. For that, I am grateful.
The artifact connects with her, pulling your minds together and showing her all that you have seen. The prism, your dream visitor, the protection that keeps you from obeying the Absolute and becoming a Lithid. She knows it all in a moment. Her mind reels, but is no longer clouded. She accepts the truth. She has no choice.
There is much we must discuss. Do you have a safe place to camp nearby?
Nope, you're gonna die. Can you imagine if I did that for real? Can you imagine if I, like, gave nothing away? Made out like it was the most important thing in the world to preserve her through Act 1 so we could recruit her in Act 2, like, with all that trouble, all that effort, all the second guessing and like, delicate work, and then as soon as it gives me the opportunity, I'm like, kill! No, here's where you can find my camp.
Goodbye for now. I will see you soon.
Well, of course the baddie twins approve of that. That's the thing. What... in a Minthara run, right? You don't have Halsin, of course. And I'm in a real Minthara run, not a cheated... loophole Minthara run. You don't have Halsin. Will and Karlach are not impossible to have with you, but you can't have them with you if you do the thing if you do things satisfyingly, because from what I was told when I was reading up about Minthara recruitment stuff, by default, if you help Minthara raid the Grove and side with the goblins, both Will and Karlach will attack you or at the very least leave, as in keeping with their characters. However, if you don't interact with the Goblin Grove conflict, then Halsin is lost to you because the Grove gets raided and everybody dies. But Minthara ends up being recruitable because she does not get killed by you and turns up at Moonrise. Same thing happens. Presumably because she doesn't get the artifact from you if you don't interact with the thing at all, so she'd still be in that same case. So in that case, you can have Will and Karlach without having to, you know, cheese it. But it's not satisfying because, you know, a giant chunk of story is missing. Yeah, so Karlach and Will have Minthara-related dialogue. Halsin does not. Halsin and Minthara were designed to be mutually exclusive. Yeah, now we get to watch something funny. And this is something that goes to show that Minthara and Halsin are mutually exclusive. You'll know what's coming. See, they don't have camp space for 8 people. They have camp space for 7. She's hanging out in the druid corner with Thaniel. Though weirdly, I don't see Halsin. I think... No, Lae'zel's here. So Halsin, previously a prisoner of Minthara's and terrorized victim of actually the two of them never actually interact, but you know it's you know she's one of the leaders that he knows. He knows full well who she is and what she's done. We have him. We even got her now. Frankly, if he disappears, I don't care. She's cooler. But I don't see him.
It does not compare with the comforts of home, but your camp is almost palatial in comparison to my previous accommodation. Thank you for allowing me to come here, and for bringing me back to myself. Each memory that returns to me is more disturbing than the last. The things that I did in the name of the Absolute. The things that were done to me. They broke my mind.
I can help you fix it.
The best cure is vengeance. For both of us. While our tadpoles live, and the cult have the means to control them, we will never be safe. We must eradicate them. Starting with General Thorm. I mean Ketheric. My deference to him is a habit that will die hard, I fear.
Any suggestions on how we kill an invulnerable man?
All that live can die. I can help you plot Ketheric's demise, but I need something from you first. Swear that you will keep me close. Until the Absolute is dead, at least.
That's true. That's true. He can't disappear while we still have to do the Shadow Curse stuff. You're a victim of the cult. I'll protect you.
The Prism will protect me. You will fight alongside me and help me to get my vengeance. I knew you were different to other true souls when we met, but I could see nothing clearly. Now, thanks to the Prism, the Absolute does not cloud my thoughts at all. I see that together, we can have our vengeance on those who infected us. Rest well, and keep your wits about you. Tomorrow, we go to war with the cult of the Absolute.
Tell me what you know about Ketheric's power first.
General Thorm would have the world believe that his invulnerability is a gift from the Absolute. That is a lie, intended to impress those who flock to the cult's cause, and to strike fear in the minds of those who stand against the Absolute. I believe Thorm draws his power not from a divine source, but an arcane one.
Makes sense, because he's, you know, one of the controllers of the
Absolute. It is the very
Absolute.
relic that Balthazar has been sent to retrieve.
The Night Sun.
We must find the Necromancer and claim what he seeks. Or destroy it. Now, rest. We will need our strength for what lies ahead.
Sleep well.
I would gladly join you in the fight. Leave one of your other allies here, and I shall. There's no space for me. I suggest you make one.
For now, take Shadowheart's place.
Then let us go forth and conquer. Or something to that effect.
Tanaka Halson is weird.
Kethrix.
So she is a paladin. She also has... Does she have built-in tadpole bonuses? Hang on. Yeah! She ate 3 worms! At some point in her life, she ate 3 fucking worms. And she's got nothing, but that's our fault. She's got a knife.
I've got a long road ahead.
No, you certainly don't.
I bite.
Yeah, Lae'zel had all the two-hander stuff. Big sword. That said, dual wielding's not a terrible idea. Let's level up a paladin. Hey, what?
Never a dull moment.
Yeah! That's better. Adopt a particular style of fighting as your specialty. Bonus to armor class. Dueling. Crap. Grey weapon fighting. When you roll a 1 or a 2 on an attack with two-handed melee weapon, that dice is re-rolled once. Or protection. When you have a shield, impose disadvantage on attacks against your allies when you're close to them. Armor class better for her, but that's not bad for protecting others. I think Gwombush's vote was that defense was best, but at least that was for fighters. I don't know if paladins get the same selection. Level up screen shows armor that is equipped. Yeah, so the fact that she had no armor equipped meant that she had no body? I guess. Can't go wrong with the armor class. Defense was Karlak's best option because she could make use of nothing else. Yeah, I don't mind this. It's a reaction. Whereas this is all the time. So if she has other reactions that are also of value. We could take this if we don't make her a dual wielder. And right now we don't really have dual wielding stuff available to us. And if we take protection, though, we should give her a one-handed weapon and a shield. That's the thing. Defense gives us the ability to not worry about how we build her. If we pick one of these, we definitely wouldn't pick dueling, but if we pick one of these two, then we have to, like, go with a specific setup. So I might just go for defense for the freedom it offers. No, I don't think she'd use a shield either. So it's either defense or the great weapon. Anyway, spells. Force an enemy to attack you. That sounds alright. Command. That one can be okay because you can make them drop their weapon. Cure wounds. Nah. Wrathful Smite. Let's not go with that. Thunderous Smite might be fun. Divine Favor might be good. Bonus action. Oh, is she like a cleric where she can prepare others later? So you can just change your mind at any time. She gets Fairy Fire as a drow. She gets Hunter's Mark and Bane. Because of her Oath of... I don't know what, because I don't get to pick it. Oath of Vengeance. Oh, that makes sense. Lay on hands for healing. What does Charisma do for a paladin? Spellcast. Yeah, we could top off her strength and her charisma with ability improvement. Always take this if you have your two best stats are both even. Sorry, both odd, because you basically get double value out of it. I don't see any desire to multi-classer, because, again, I don't know if I'm going to use her a lot. We might replace Shadowheart with her at one point, but... I don't know. Six. All she gets is Aura of Protection. Aura of Condom. And her spells are notably behind. Like, she's not a primary spellcaster. Her movement speed goes up when you get hit with an opportunity attack. And new feat. You could just give her alert like anybody else. A great weapon master for the occasional situations. Or 20 strength. I think alert is a good pick for anybody. All she gets at level 6 is +3 to all saving throws for her and everyone around. Okay, so maybe that's good. She is... pretty gearless.
No time to rest.
I will take the Helldusk for myself, but the thing is, right? Right now, I don't need heavy armor, so Minthara and Shadowheart can both have a good set of heavy armor. So once I need heavy armor, I'll take one from one of them, and then I would never have the two of them together in the same party, because I wouldn't have a cleric and a paladin together. It seems redundant to me. They are different classes, but, you know. I can cover the healing.
I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
What I'd like to do is double check that Halsin still exists. Even when I can equip heavy armor, you would recommend I wear the heavy the medium armor Damon is currently selling. Well, I might take a look at that when I next level up, but I kind of...
It's risky to enter Moonrise with an unwelcome companion. You can pass as a true soul, but they cannot. Be sure to keep them close, so you can speak on their behalf if the cultists ask too many questions. Steel yourself and venture forth.
Is that just with Minthara that you get that? No, specifically I wanted to take a long rest to see if there was any, like, reactions and stuff from people, and also I just want to see if we can identify Halsin.
At the ready.
Where did he go? Is this something you're aware of, Demon Dragon? Like, as you mentioned, what did you say? A nasty glitch? Yeah, he's still here. I just right-clicked talk on him, and now my character is walking somewhere. Oh, hi! What the fuck are you doing up here?
Oakfather preserve you.
That's a helpful thing. Imagine, I wouldn't have had this last... Or maybe I would have, but... I guess there was... Yeah, there was the old button, but... Yeah, he got shunted out of his camp spot and now he's up here. But, like, is that what... Did they program that to happen? Because previously, like, the two of them would just be in the same position almost, right? Like, I was told to prepare for that because it was funny that, like, whoever you recruit last, their tent aesthetic is there, but they'll just be together.
Unnerving though it is, if we are to face an Elder Brain, we could have no better ally than an Illithid. The Emperor is the reason we have made it this far.
Whoa, what are you talking about?
And if the Gith Princess suffers...
Let's ignore that.
You wish to consult me?
You are a paladin. What is the nature of your oath?
I took up my oath long ago, when I swore bloody vengeance against any who defied Lolth. Now, I myself have sinned against the Spider Queen. Though my faith is shattered, my oath endures. I am sworn to destroy all those who serve the Absolute.
That seems hypocritical, considering you intend to take the power of the Absolute for yourself. It is a noble purpose. Your crusade is nothing more than a convenient excuse for bloodshed. I don't remember her saying anything about taking the power of the Absolute for herself. But yeah, her flags might be a little bit strange here, considering.
When I have had my vengeance on the cult, I do not know if my oath will still hold. I do know that when I take the Absolute's power, I will not lose control of it as our enemies have. I will harness it to create a more perfect world. Any who object to the laws of that world will have no place in it, of course, and I will gladly eradicate them.
Do you remember everything you did in the Absolute's name?
I was the Absolute's dagger. I remember every throat that it held me to, and every drop of blood it forced me to spill. I take no responsibility for the lives I took. I did nothing in the Absolute's name. I was merely a weapon that it wielded.
To lose your free will and to be forced to kill, that must be horrible.
I would rather die than endure it again. The tadpole, the Absolute, they work together like a drug. I did not feel I was compelled to act against my will. I felt ecstatic to serve. Every action seemed a deliberate choice, the best choice, even though I could no more have resisted its commands than flesh can resist decay. Even rational minds like ours cannot reject such a powerful influence. The Absolute can make the impossible seem inevitable.
Still mildly glitchy when recruited alongside. Yeah, I'm not obviously. I'm not going to comment on what she just said. Like, there was a phrase she used there that I'm like, I have seen that put on the internet, and I'm pretty sure it's something that has not come up in my game yet. So I'm going to skip this dialogue and presume that this is a bug and that I'm not supposed to hear those words yet. I don't know. I don't know what I know, you know what I mean? Because, like, you see shit just floating around Twitter, and I don't have Baldur's Gate muted or anything. So there's snatches of things that I've seen. Like, sure. But none of them have context and place. So I just leave those things away until they appear. But yeah, no, that was definitely one of those things that I'm like, that is a word associated with Baldur's Gate, but not my game. Not yet. I think we've already asked her about Ketheric's invulnerability.
I fought at his side once.
Oh, this is good.
Shortly after my conversion. Before the battle, he was everything a general should be. A charismatic leader with a brilliant strategic mind. And when the fighting began, he led his troops from the front and cut through the enemy like a scythe through stalks. Blows and arrows rained down on him, and before long, his face was a mask of blood. But he did not fall. He did not even falter. When we won the day, Ketheric's armor was bent and shattered, but his flesh was unmarked.
How is that possible?
I have lived long enough to know that few things are impossible in this world. Ketheric's power is a rare thing, though. I have never seen its like. There is a connection to this night song of Balthazar's, whatever or whoever it might be. We must find it and destroy it.
This'll be fun. What do you think about our companions? Yeah, I'm a little scared. It should just be her that's weird, but when we talk to the others, I'll be a little bit careful, in case they start spouting shit too.
A disparate collection of vagabonds and strays. Did you have anyone particular in mind?
Karlach. You and Karlach seem to be friendly.
I have never known anyone so ferocious and unassailable in battle, and yet so fragile and impermanent in their very being. I often think of mortality as a curse. In time, all that I am and all that I have known and learned will be lost. In time, our cities will be dust. Karlach does not seem to have such anxieties. Perhaps because she cannot afford to. She exists in the moment, and she will burn out and be gone in a moment. There is something very beautiful about that.
It would be interesting romancing Minthara in a Karlach origin run, but from what I understand, if you're playing as Karlach, you need to save the Grove, because you need Dammon, or else you can't have sex with anyone. So I don't know how the two of them could actually happen. Any thoughts on Will? Probably not very charitable ones. Don't think she'll be much fond of the goody two-shoes.
He is exceedingly self-righteous. Amusing, considering he bound himself to a devil.
Sometimes you need to get your hands dirty to do the right thing.
Will doesn't just have blood and dirt on his hands. He has stains on his soul. Those last more than a lifetime.
What do you
It
think
is
of
as it should
Halsin,
be.
Minty?
Purity of soul and deed will not help us to survive the absolute. I would rather be allied with a warlock than the spoiled son of a noble who has more experience with diplomats than devils.
Gale?
The wizard? No.
Don't you like wizards?
Their mastery of the weave is commendable, but they are poor conversationalists. In my experience, they do not usually live long enough to make the effort of befriending them worthwhile. Either the enemy recognizes they are a threat and kills them swiftly, or their curiosity leads them to combust while experimenting with the limits of magic. Our wizard is already in a state of suspended combustion, thanks to that orb between his ribs. I suspect it is only a matter of time before he goes up in smoke. I will reserve my social graces for those who might live long enough to appreciate them.
How do you and Lae'zel get along?
I have encountered few Githyanki in my life. Those that I did were raiders. They croaked out pleas for mercy in their alien tongue as they died. Meeting Lae'zel makes me wish I knew more of their culture.
It doesn't surprise me that you feel an affinity with otherworldly raiders. Gith and Lolth's sworn drow have much in common.
To one who only sees the surface of things, perhaps. You should look deeper. There is a fanaticism in the Lolthsworn that lends itself to chaos. They turn their blades on one another as readily as on outsiders. The Gith have stricter hierarchies and stronger commitment to a single cause. Some, like Lae'zel, question that cause. But even so, she retains the discipline of her training.
Shadowheart?
She is tolerable, but her faith in the Lady of Loss is poisonous.
What do you have against Shar?
The Night Singer has some admirable qualities. Far more than her insipid sister. But her followers are repressed. Take the child Shadowheart. She does not even know who she is, but still manages to pity herself. The very concept of Sharan worship is self-indulgent. They would have you think every whispered word and hidden thought is of value, but it is not so. I have performed 1,000 interrogations, squeezing out the most guarded secrets held in heart, mind, and soul. I can tell you this. When the trivial parts have been whittled away and I have sifted through what remains, in most cases, a person amounts to nothing at all.
What do you make of Astarion?
He's been deprived of freedom and strong blood for so long that he is addicted to both. While those addictions have their hold on him, he is still a slave.
Are you worried he'll drink your blood?
No. He is well aware that I would exsanguinate him entirely if he flashed his fangs at me.
He's no slave.
Free. What purpose does he have that does not involve his master? He fears him, he hates him, he dreams of him, and he will either kill him or die trying. Astarion is no more free of Cazador than you or I are free of our tadpoles.
Well, she learned a lot about us for someone who's been here for 5 minutes. But I get it. Now, Halsin, I believe, is completely unchanged. He'd be the only one who does not have any reactionary lines for Minthara. Interesting that you can't ask him what he thinks of everybody.
Oakfather preserve you.
Yeah, so what we could do next time, which will be Wednesday, again I can't stream on Tuesday because in all of the shuffling, Tuesday is when I'll see my girlfriend next. We have two places that we can go at this point. Like, we can go up to the Gauntlet of Shar, which I'll bring Shadowheart for, or we could continue to go through the Moonrise prisons and go to that area below it. We could try to use Minthara as our fourth party member in there. Obviously, they've given you that warning saying, hey, she's not welcome there. But we already sort of talked our way around it. Yeah, no, it's not... Look, I like it when you can... I like inter-companion relations, so to speak. I like it when a game lets the companions... A lot of games that have parties, that... Well, not... A lot of Western RPGs that have a party that form around a central character, right? So, like, in JRPGs, everybody, you know, tends to be a solid group, with interaction between each other. But in Western RPGs... Quite often, everybody orbits around the ephemeral you, and they exist for you to talk to and for you to talk with. So I like it when they all have their own connection to each other. But, while it would be nice for every one of them to have stuff, I also think it's something to be said about her as a character that she has this. That she is the one who is carefully keeping track of everybody. It does speak sense because she used to be the leader of an army, an organizer. She would have to know the ins and outs of her troop, right? Whereas someone like Astarion is more of a loner, and perhaps won't have a comprehensive report to deliver on everybody he travels with. Yes, doing the prison before the gauntlet is not in question. But the question is, we could let Shadowheart take a break for that leg and then bring her back for the gauntlet. Minthara's background is noble. Well, yeah, no, because drow houses and stuff. Yes, she's... politics and shit. For someone who had a lyre in her inventory, she doesn't know how to play any musical instruments. You don't survive as a drow anybody without judging character. The nobility definitely have perhaps the highest stakes of it, but drow society in general is riddled with social danger. Now, let's see if Lae'zel starts barking spoilers at us.
The drow is unpredictable,
Thank God.
uncompromising. I respect her almost as much as I distrust her.
The only problem with Minthara here is that we don't have a full gear set for her. She doesn't really have gloves, she doesn't have rings and stuff. We have random stuff moving around. We could give her some of Lae'zel's stuff. But Lae'zel doesn't have a lot of shit either. Luminous gloves are for dealing radiant damage, and we gave her a source of that. And yeah, we could buy stuff if we really wanted. Ah, yeah, the Grim Skull Helm. Circlet of Psionic Revenge? That sounds like a fun one. No? She doesn't get the Githyanki bonus. Does that not go on? Oh, it's a headpiece. Never mind. There. Anyway, it's not terribly important. What's important is that she's got weapons and chest armor, and she does. Astarion does have something above his head. We'll talk to him last.
Minthara's something of a closed book, but I suspect a heart of gold lurks beneath that stern countenance. Once she gets to know me, I'm sure she'll open up. She's just waiting for someone ready to listen.
You know what, Gale?
How can I help?
Join me.
Nothing would give me greater magical.
Join me.
Lost in thought. Step by step.
And now that you've joined me, do that.
No one stopped me yet.
Much better. You know, I feel like they should at least go, ah. That was an awfully silent jump to your doom there. Like, we should at least get a, ah! That's what I mean. Like, of everybody out, like, he was the one that she said, you know, I don't want to talk to him at all. Like, whether she said positive or negative things about the rest, like, only Gale, she said, I don't want to deal with this person.
It doesn't seem long ago that Minthara would have sought to kill us, and now we've welcomed her along. We're nothing if not magnanimous.
Quite so.
May the darkness protect you.
Hey,
Nothing about Minthara?
what's on your mind?
Okay.
Well met. Well met.
It's interesting that those two aren't saying anything, unless we didn't speak to them earlier, did we? About her? Because those two are the ones that have, like, a good shot of leaving you. But she talks about them. Karlak and Will are the ones who are not in the party if you side with the goblins. Even if you, because remember, Will, you meet in the grove, so you can't avoid that. But Minthara, sorry, Karlak, you don't meet, you meet off to the side, right? If you, and I saw this, I saw a video of this, if you raid the grove and do all of that and kill the tiefling, all that stuff before you even meet Karlak, then when you go to meet her in that corner, she says that she has heard about you and she immediately attacks. Where she got that news, I don't know, but that's what happens.
The way she leered at me. The blood merchant. I can't get it out of my head. It isn't like me. Not like me at all. I was being too precious, wasn't I? We could have used her potion. A moment of unpleasantry doesn't matter if there's a fine reward. I should have just gritted my teeth as always and let her have me for a bit.
Makes me sad to hear you talk about yourself like that.
Why? I'm simply trying to be realistic. There's nothing more desirable in the world than a vampire, is there? And when you've been through all I have, you damn well are going to fight with what few assets the gods give you. But a part of me feels sick when I think about getting on my back for breadcrumbs again.
Have you even enjoyed having sex in the last decades? Oh god, just cutting straight through to it. 1 or 3? Two is insensitive. 4 is not the point. So that yeah, I can see why he wins the awards. Like, not just in terms of Neil's performance, because you know, I would not I would not say that Neil is necessarily a head and shoulders above the rest of the acting. Right? I would say that Neil certainly received the most to do in an award show sort of way. Astarian romances go bangless? Interesting. I imagine they get back to it eventually, but that's bold too. You have more than your looks going for you, we'll tell him that.
I had nothing at all for so long. Not even my body. That was owned by Cazador. To be sent out to tempt fools into his palace. I have bedded thousands of people. Half of them I barely remember. Most of them didn't even grant me temporary bliss. It should have been so easy to let the drow use me for her fantasy, but perhaps, you showed me I have enough strength. I don't need to.
And I would never ask you to.
It isn't worth the scars anymore. I want to be clear. Letting Minthara tag along with us was your idea, so if you wake up with a dagger to your throat, that's on you.
Oh! I am going to quick save, and I am going to say the thing that karma decrees I say. Better a dagger at my throat than a pair of fangs.
Excuse me? I would never.
You literally
But
did.
fine. Take her if you wish. Just know I'll be resting with one eye open.
You literally did!
Ah, my favorite traveling companion.
You think the version where he does actually compromise and do it is a stronger scene? That's interesting. I don't know that that's better for him, but if it's a more interesting acting moment, I mean, I'm sure there'll be a playthrough I do where we... Well, not we, but, you know. It just didn't seem like something... at the end of the day, I believe we said that it was his choice. Because, like... That is what I normally do with these companions. Because most games don't let you do that. Most games put every decision, every form of agency onto you as the player, and that makes sense because it's a game, right? And Baldur's Gate always gives you the option to tell people what to do, and they will always do it. Not very healthy in the long run, but it makes sense for a game. But Baldur's Gate also has that third option of, wait, what would you do? I think the most interesting thing a game could do would be to give you that make your own decision option, but have their decision be contingent on what they've been through throughout the game. Like, have things like where, hey, if you've been a certain way to Astarion, then he'll do it, and if you've been another way to Astarion, then he'll decide not to. That, to me, is the ideal, but that would also be very complicated. Much does he like me now? Hi! I don't know that we'll stay there. But that's quite impressive. Let's sleep. I'm not going to do anything else tonight. We are going to finish a little early just because the next thing I could do will be to either explore the area below the prison or start breaking the prisoners out. Would your, Guanbush, would your suggestion be go explore the area below the prison, finish down there, and then break the prisoners out? Oh, that's, you know what I can do? I can talk to Bex and tell her that Damas is alive. We'll do that before I stop. But first we sleep. I don't think I actually need supplies, but, you know, I'll do it anyway. Because it said I needed to get a rest for that Illithid thing, so... Nightly off.
What can I do for you, my friend?
Stop creeping me out by being so nice. When he doesn't go through with it, he's very unsure. When he does, he knows for a fact that it's the last time he ever will. Right, but if you push him to it, I feel like that is bad, because whatever character growth he gets out of it, you're still the bastard.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way.
Yeah?
Heap sight narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to
What the fuck is this music doing in the last light?
The shadows haven't consumed you. Good.
I know where Bex is. I wanted to see if Jaheira had anything to do or say in response to Minthara joining us. Bex is up there. Now, I would assume it doesn't, Demon Dragon. But it might. Depends on the scenario, too. The other thing is whether we do want to buy anything from here for Minthara.
I wish I hadn't left him behind.
I can't tell her!
I wish I had...
Rude!
Can't sleep, so I might as well hammer. Need anything?
So what were you recommending? I'm not going to buy it now, but just so I'm aware of what you were pointing at. What medium armor would you say buy? Hide +2. Ambusher. Yuan T. Yuan T. I see scale mail, but I don't see UNT scale mail. It is not on Dammon. That would explain that. Was there something we were going to give Astarion instead of his bow if we had another hand crossbow?
Was someone there?
Oh, so he could do offhands, right? But was there... Were we gonna give him the magic missile one? Because we can buy a hand crossbow.
Well, hello.
Yeah, no, we weren't going to give him what we gave me. We just needed a second one. All right, well, we can get him a second one. Oh, fuck no.
I'll be here if you need anything else.
So that he can stop wasting his offhand. He'll lose the Hunter's Mark, but I can count on one hand the number of times I remember to use it.
No time to rest. Time to press ahead.
Fresh orders?
Amulets, rings, boots, probably. I mean, her boots are actually okay. The ones she came with. I don't know why she came with them. I thought I took everything.
Just about.
Just about. We shouldn't hang around too long, though. See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
UNT Scale Mail adds your full dex mod to your armor class. No disadvantage on stealth checks and bonus to initiative, so I would get that. It weighs 12 pounds. I can't really afford to carry it right now. She could carry it for me, though. That was easy.
Making me sweat.
Watch your back.
Take care now.
Nah, it's probably enough.
At your command.
She's geared-ish.
Let's get going.
Yeah?
Have to keep
The
going.
inside narrows at night time. 2 steps in, look.
So... it'll be a couple days, but when we get back, we'll go inside. We'll see if she gets into trouble with the people that are there. She'll just have to pretend to be my servant. So yeah, Wednesday and Friday next week. Saturday and Sunday being Hitman. So a bit of a gap with Tuesday, but that's alright. Fare thee well, everybody. Until next time.